never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. The United States is moving closer to a government shutdown after the House of Representatives failed to pass a slimmed-down spending bill that has the backing of President-elect Donald Trump and his ally Tesla CEO Elon Musk. If the US Congress can't agree on a deal by Friday, government spending is set to lapse at midnight Saturday morning. Benji Haya has more from Washington.
To understand what happened here, there was a deal that was struck by lawmakers on both sides. They were close to a voting on that proposal that would have kept the government funded into next year. That shutdown due to kick in at the end of Friday. That was until Donald Trump and his vice president-elect J.D. Vance torpedoed the deal, calling it, quote, suicidal and a betrayal of the country. For a number of reasons, one of which that it didn't include the debt ceiling raise, the limit on which the US can borrow money. Trump wants to see that happen whilst Joe Biden is in office, so that any blowback lands on him, not Trump.
The UN's top official is warning artificial intelligence is evolving faster than our ability to govern it. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Antonio Guterres told the United Nations Security Council artificial intelligence is revolutionizing our world. But with that progress comes new challenges, the Secretary-General said. He warned members about the infiltration of AI into global conflicts. The AI arms race, as he calls it, could carry major security implications, while automation could cause devastating mistakes. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken told the Security Council it had always adapted to address the greatest threats to international peace and security. Now, he says, that means taking the evolving risks of artificial intelligence seriously.
Japan's central bank is leaving interest rates unchanged as it waits for uncertainties in the US to clear and for more evidence of wage growth at home. Its chief says he wants to gather more information about what the US economic policy will look like under President-elect Donald Trump. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
Following a rare decision earlier this year to slightly bump interest rates, the bank decided to keep its short-term rate on hold at around 0.25% at the end of a two-day policy meeting. It's now held that rate for 3 consecutive revisions. Bank Governor Kazuo Ueda says it needs to see more momentum in wage hikes in next year's spring wage negotiations to determine whether another upwards push is possible. Sustained wage growth is one of the key requirements for the Bank of Japan to hike interest rates, along with a 2% inflation target. Japanese firms offered historic pay bumps in the 2024 wage negotiations, but it's uncertain whether Japan's economy is healthy enough to support further wage hikes in 2025.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the UK government says it now accepts that a deal it heralded just a few weeks ago as a major triumph regarding the future of the Chagos Islands in the Indian Ocean is now on the brink of falling apart. At issue, the future of Britain's last colony in Africa, islands that the government of Prime Minister Keir Starmer agreed to hand over to Mauritian sovereignty in October. But the new Prime Minister of Mauritius doesn't like the agreement, nor do many Chagos Islanders who say the UK has betrayed them. And President-elect Donald Trump doesn't fancy it either, with his nominee for Secretary of State, Senator Marco Rubio, calling it a serious threat to US national security because Mauritius is allied with China. Daniel Toft is with Friends of the British Overseas Territories, which is calling for a referendum to determine the Chagos Islands' fate.
It's positive news the deal is being reconsidered and is in doubt. But we've still got a long way to go for the UK government to drop its negotiations. They should admit the deal is dead. They should reaffirm their support for the British Indian Ocean Territory, and they should engage in pragmatic and meaningful dialogue with Chagosian communities that they've failed to do so far.
One centrepiece of any future arrangement, the UK's insistence that it will keep control of a military base on Diego Garcia for at least the next 99 years. But even that has not mollified Washington's concern about the island's future. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. US lawmakers reject a Trump-backed plan to fund the government as the US moves closer to a government shutdown. The United Nations top official warns an artificial intelligence arms race could have major security implications. Japan's central bank is leaving interest rates unchanged as it waits for uncertainties in the United States to clear and more clarity over wage trends at home. And that is Feature Story News. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
That's my cue. Let's roll into Friday. Well, looky there. According to my calendar, that's what we're looking at. 20th day of December. some may say one day closer to the greatest day of the week. I think I'll say one day closer to Christmas. Here comes your final shopping weekend. All you procrastinators, last-minute shoppers, waiting for the best deal you can find. Now, you might find a deal, but you probably won't find the size you're looking for when it comes to shoes and apparel. And, of course, the most popular items are probably sold out by now, but there will be some deals to be had. There will be billions of dollars spent over the next couple of days as we head into the actual Christmas week. So welcome aboard. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A couple degrees above the freezing mark at this hour. Outside the secret bunker, I'm showing 34 degrees. Maybe a little bit of the white stuff coming in time for our morning commute in southwest Ohio, as well as the Dayton, on up into the Indianapolis area. We do not have enough in the forecast to prompt winter weather advisories. Typically, you need 3 inches, 2 to 3 inches or more in the forecast to get a winter weather advisory. But you don't need 3 inches of snow to cause travel problems, even if indeed it is, say, 1 or 2 inches. That's the advisories that are posted for southern Michigan, much of Indiana, western portions of Ohio. That's all in association with the Alberta Clipper we've been tracking for the last several days, which indeed has winter storm warnings in place as we speak for southern portions of Minnesota, right through the central, south central portions of Wisconsin. Winter weather advisories much further north, nearly the entire state of Wisconsin, right on through central portions of lower Michigan. So here's what we've got. Our Alberta Clipper, this is their storm traveling all the way, made its way from western Canada, and it's going to be making its way over to a new storm brewing along the Atlantic coast. They'll ultimately maybe team up together to bring areas of accumulating snow and some slippery travel from Friday to early Saturday in the Northeast. Forecasters tell us some of the worst conditions may actually occur during a very busy travel time. Now, this storm brought a swath of accumulating snow across the upper Midwest as of midday Thursday. Fargo, North Dakota, Minneapolis, Madison, Wisconsin had several inches of snow on the ground. Up to a few inches may fall in and around the Chicago area, Milwaukee, and Detroit from now through Friday morning. Some substantial travel delays are likely on the roads and at the airports. Travel along that busy 80-90 corridor will indeed be slowed by the snowfall. Even further south along I-70, this system will bring periods of snow and snow showers Friday and Friday night. In most cases, it's going to be a coating to an inch, maybe 2, from Indianapolis to Pittsburgh, Columbus, Ohio. Conditions become a bit more complex as that Clipper storm reaches the central Appalachians later today and into Friday night. It will continue to produce areas of snow and snow showers, but the snow will become a bit more chaotic, with a general coating of an inch or 2 from West Virginia, northern Maryland, and northern Virginia to Pennsylvania, New Jersey, central and southern New York, on up into southern New England. Pockets where a moderate to heavy amount of snow can fall on the order of several inches are possible just about anywhere in that zone. The danger is the snow can quickly erupt, coming down at a steady clip in some areas during the afternoon and evening rush hour later today in the Northeast. According to AccuWeather, that risk includes the metro areas, New York City, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Allentown, Scranton, and Harrisburg, PA. Just as the general weekend traffic picks up along those headed out for Christmas travel, a steadier rate of snow could quickly cover the ground as those road surfaces cool. A slippery mess with travel slowing to a crawl, as well as accidents. De-icing operations will increase at area airports throughout much of the Mid-Atlantic, Central Appalachians, and southern New England. What about the coastal storm? While the Clipper alone will cause its share of slippery travel, the coastal storm could bring a period of heavy snow with increasing winds to eastern Massachusetts, Rhode Island, down east Maine. The potential for that heavier snow to reach back across portions of Long Island, New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and southwestern Maine from Friday night to Saturday morning. They've been watching this for literally days now, all week long. Should this coastal storm develop quickly to its full potential, kind of hugging the coast, we may be talking a plowable snow in areas like Providence, Rhode Island, Boston, Hartford, Connecticut, Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Conditions around New York City, that's going to be kind of tricky, they tell us. They can get a coating to an inch or two from the Clipper, maybe a bit more if the coastal storm tracks further to the west. Or they could be in the rip-off zone where nothing but a few flurries occur. Tough forecast for those folks in New York. All right, due to the vast amount of paved surfaces in Midtown Manhattan, it may be difficult for much snow to accumulate except on the grassy areas. Yeah, the last gasp will be a storm at the jet stream level, pivoting from the central Appalachians late Friday night to the mid-Atlantic and southern New England coast first thing Saturday morning. As that coastal storm, meanwhile, strengthens and moves over Atlantic Canada, blizzard conditions and heavy snow will unfold on Saturday, with those gusty winds in the region being drawing in much colder air. Almost right on cue, astronomical winter officially arrives 4:20 a.m. Eastern Time, Saturday morning. Yeah, there is a good chance, they say, that where snow falls into Saturday, it may stick around until Christmas morning in at least part of that region. A lot of folks dreaming of a white Christmas, right? All right, we'll look further ahead into the major Christmas travel period. It's going to be more or less these pesky storms. No big blockbuster systems expected to impact a large portion of the country headed into the Christmas travel week. Meanwhile, hope you've had a good week. Who we have on board? It is a Friday, a.k.a. TGIF. Hello, Philly Dan. Good morning. Have a great weekend. Kingsport, Tennessee. There's Jacob checking in, 41 degrees. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family. Hello to Marianne. Everybody have a good weekend. Good afternoon. Larry, hammer down, 34 degrees. Sugar Teas, New York. Here we go, round 4 to Schenectady, back to Wilmington, Delaware. We'll reload for maybe Saturday or possibly Monday. Good Friday morning from Jerry. My friend Sarah Spencer and I are ready for another great Steve Summers Overnight Drive, brought to us by Hot Shot Secret. Well, Mr. Trump wins again in Georgia due to corruption. We're praying for the truck driver's family that passed in a crash in Indianapolis this past day. Yeah, be safe, everyone, and please have a great day, as you are our real heroes. Yeah, the news out of Georgia. Yeah, Fani Willis. She's been booted from the case, which we'll break it down for you, but for all practical purposes, that puts an end to yet another case. Fani was vowing she was going to continue to pursue the election interference case from 2020 against Donald Trump. Oh, it's not the news she wanted to hear. Merry Christmas, Fani. Hello to Bradley. Ready for another great show tonight? Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. TGIF, the midnight hour. Steve's throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The weekend is officially upon us. There we go. Time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever. 35 degrees in the far side of southwestern Ohio. Everybody hammer down, be safe, and for your public service announcement this Friday morning, stock up on food and water. Are you with me? All right, double trucker, 34 degrees in Lodi. Waiting for my set to arrive, taking my 30 before heading back to western New York. Tonight is going to do it for the year. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to all. I'll be checking in later over on the home of free speech, Rumble, this Friday morning. There's the Dingbat. Morning, Steve. Happy Freaky Friday, as I hope you have a great weekend. It's a nice 42 degrees at the FedEx compound at the Memphis International Airport. I hope it doesn't drop like it did last night. Well, my boss decided to change my schedule from a 12P to 8P schedule to an 8P to 5A schedule. Yeah, the same Monday through Friday, I'll be inside the compound, so I'll be listening. What I won't be able to call, sorry to all the cartoon characters out there. Somebody's not got a connection. It is 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, in our nation's capital, the name of the game has been Deal or No Deal. And right now, it's No Deal. We are now less than 24 hours away from a potential government shutdown. Oh, it's the end of the world. No, it's not. It's not a big deal. It's been done before. I've lived through numerous government shutdowns. I was just reflecting back. Can't remember. I believe it was way back under the Clinton administration. Uncle Forrest was still alive. He was working for the government. He was no longer working actually in the White House, but he was working with the Veterans Administration. And, government shutdown. So he and Aunt Frances took the opportunity. They were able to get out of Washington, D.C. They came on down to Chattanooga to celebrate Christmas with us. They're out on the front porch. We were living there in Ringgold at the time, and I'm out there chatting with him about it. He said, Brent, it's no big deal. I mean, it's all about politics. He said, yeah, I'm basically getting a vacation, however long this so-called shutdown lasts. I'm not getting a paycheck on Friday, but I will get full restored all back pay. They will resolve this. All my back pay comes in. Everybody's going to get paid. It's all really about showboating and finger pointing. It's useless. Nonetheless, we may be facing yet another shutdown imminent as lawmakers nix the Republicans' Plan B this past day. We'll give you more details. They're coming up, but all about showboating in D.C. Well, it's what day is it?
One day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Well,
I say shut it down.
Shut it down, yeah.
Back pay is a lovely thing. I've had that before a time or two, and it's a wonderful thing, and it's just, like you say, it's just all this politics doesn't really affect me. I don't think, does it? I don't. It's not going to change my job,
right?
For the most part, I'm still going to do the same thing tomorrow that I did today. So, shut it down. So these ELDs that you were talking about last night, how are they? They're good one day and then they're not legal the next. What changes?
There are.
You know what I mean?
There's over 800 different ELD devices, like on the FMCSA website. Virtually all of them are what they call self-certified. Yeah, they tell the FMCSA, yes, my device does everything you say it's supposed to do. Well, one by one, little by little, as the FMCSA picks one on whatever, I don't know how many a day that they're going through, but they pick one and they test it out, and then they say, well, nope, this doesn't do what it says it's supposed to do. And then they decertify it.
So these companies that, well, I mean, we obviously all have to have them, so
right.
Wouldn't the companies investigate that beforehand? Because you're putting out all that money, to put the ELDs in. Are you going to get reimbursed if they're not legal anymore?
Nah, not that I'm aware of. I mean, the companies that make a decertified device, they can get them reinstated if they address the issues and meet all the requirements. But in most cases, I think out of all the ones we've had this year, only one device has been recertified, put back on the certified list. I'm just assuming most of these companies probably just fade away, disappear. They sold a bunch of ELDs, they got some money, we're out of here.
Yeah. Well, you probably don't know, but I was kind of curious of what size companies had these devices that got decertified.
Well,
if it was like owner-operators with, one or two trucks, or my company uses what they call Route Tracker. I've had it the whole time, and I'm like Eagle. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't even want to go back to regular logging. I mean, I've had to use a logbook if I'm in a replacement truck for a day or something.
Yeah.
But I don't want to go back to sitting there trying to make my logbook look like a good story. We waste when you have to do a logbook, you realize how much time you wasted trying to get your logbook to look good.
Right.
You know what I mean? So have you got your shopping done, or?
We were done with the kids and grandkids several weeks ago. I mean, if anything, I might need to address getting my better half something for Christmas. What do you think?
Well, that's the way I am. The older I'm getting, the worse it is trying to figure out what to get somebody for a present. I'm at the point where just give me money. I'd rather have the money, then I can go out and get what I want when I want.
I'm thinking right along those lines. I mean, if I gave her a gift card she loves to shop for Amazon stuff, and I mean, she can get what she wants,
Right, but that's not personal.
Right,
well, I see you're
I
up
know.
against the clock, and I don't have anything else, so I appreciate you taking my call.
All right, well, we'll check out. I don't know, I guess, are you done for the year? Are you back at it all next week?
No, I got to work Sunday, Monday, and Thursday of the next 2 weeks.
All right, so I may be able to get that official check-in come Monday morning, because we'll be here as well for the greatest day of the week. We'll be right back. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. The United States is moving closer to a government shutdown after the House of Representatives failed to pass a slimmed-down spending bill that has the backing of President-elect Donald Trump and his ally Tesla CEO Elon Musk. If the U.S. Congress can't agree on a deal by Friday, government spending is set to lapse at midnight Saturday morning. Benji Haya has more from Washington.
To understand what happened here, there was a deal that was struck by lawmakers on both sides. They were close to a voting on that proposal that would have kept the government funded into next year. That shutdown due to kick in at the end of Friday. That was until Donald Trump and his vice president-elect J.D. Vance torpedoed the deal, calling it, quote, suicidal and a betrayal of the country. For a number of reasons, one of which that it didn't include the debt ceiling raise, the limit on which the US can borrow money. Trump wants to see that happen whilst Joe Biden is in office, so that any blowback lands on him, not Trump.
The UN's top official is warning artificial intelligence is evolving faster than our ability to govern it. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Antonio Guterres told the United Nations Security Council artificial intelligence is revolutionizing our world. But with that progress comes new challenges, the Secretary-General said. He warned members about the infiltration of AI into global conflicts. The AI arms race, as he calls it, could carry major security implications, while automation could cause devastating mistakes. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken told the Security Council it had always adapted to address the greatest threats to international peace and security. Now, he says, that means taking the evolving risks of artificial intelligence seriously.
Japan's central bank is leaving interest rates unchanged as it waits for uncertainties in the US to clear and for more evidence of wage growth at home. Its chief says he wants to gather more information about what the US economic policy will look like under President-elect Donald Trump. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
Following a rare decision earlier this year to slightly bump interest rates, the bank decided to keep its short-term rate on hold at around 0.25% at the end of a two-day policy meeting. It's now held that rate for 3 consecutive revisions. Bank Governor Kazuo Ueda says it needs to see more momentum in wage hikes in next year's spring wage negotiations to determine whether another upwards push is possible. Sustained wage growth is one of the key requirements for the Bank of Japan to hike interest rates, along with a 2% inflation target. Japanese firms offered historic pay bumps in the 2024 wage negotiations, but it's uncertain whether Japan's economy is healthy enough to support further wage hikes in 2025.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
We were saying hello to Dingbat there, and we had lost connection. That was our Salem connection. They click the mouse. All right, Dingbat, here's an Ohio joke for you, all you Ohio fans. Why do ducks fly over Columbus, Ohio, upside down? Well, A, there's nothing worth crapping on. All right, hope everybody's having a great drive safe tonight. Peace, love, and grease. Oh, yeah. Go Tennessee Vols. That is a big matchup indeed. Shorty, I-77 northbound at the North Carolina-Virginia line, 47 degrees, Columbus bound. All right, one more short run tonight, then head home to Tennessee till next year. Bambi will be cooking for 35 for Christmas. Wow. Yeah, we had 30 at Thanksgiving. Yep, another 2 25-pound turkeys, 15-pound ham, 30 pounds of taters, 50 dinner rolls, baked beans, and on and on. I got to stop now. I'm getting hungry. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you, Steve, and the most awesome group around. Yeah, we do the full Thanksgiving dinner. We've never really had the tradition of doing a Christmas dinner. Yeah, just too hectic, too much going on to try and cook on Christmas Day, you know? Yeah, you got to help the kids put their toys together and help me set this up. And help me get my new video game connected to the TV and can't be in the kitchen. So, it's cookies and fudge, finger food, the cheese tray, cheese, pickles, crackers. Got to have your chicken and a biscuit with your ranch dip and all that fun of stuff. Oh, salami rolls with cream cheese. Absolutely. And my mom makes the best cheese ball around. All right, good morning to Jeffrey in Florida. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Gilligan, good morning. Hello, fellow listeners. A cloudy night at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia, 41 degrees. Christmas time is here. GM A&B S Enterprises has all your gift ideas. I bet you do. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, a couple more here. Kevin says, good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Maybe a little snow in Troy, Ohio today. We've got the same advisory as you've got. Kind of talking about a little bit of snow between like 6 a.m. and 2 p.m. That's when most will fall. Most areas see an inch. There could be a few pockets of 2 inches. I guess if you get some of those enhanced bands. Let's see who we got. Dirty Harry. Good morning, America and Steve. I wish everybody a Merry Christmas, and I want to let you know everything's going good. I start my immunotherapy on Monday the 30th. All right there before the new year. Go Bills! Dirty Harry's a Buffalo fan. Hello to Dennis. It says, I'm hoping Elon Musk isn't a shadow president. Especially not being born in the USA. These politicians, including Trump, need to stop messing with people's lives and get it together for a change. Politics these days is complete insanity. Is that something new? It's not new as far as I'm concerned. Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Happy finally Friday, as I hope you have a good weekend. I bet you're behind with your Christmas shopping. 37 degrees at the Laurel, Mississippi International Airport as I'm at the store in Laurel this morning. Don't know if you heard, but FedEx has decided to split off the freight division. All right, top of the night, everyone, from Anthony. Let's see, 28, very windy tonight in Salina, Kansas. Hope everybody has a very Merry Christmas. Eskimo Mom, hello, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day, whatever day it is. 5 days till Christmas. Tomorrow is the last day of winter. 91 days till spring. Got the usual run tonight. Hope the White Death stays north of the home 20. Since the groceries gotta go. Many of us get Christmas Eve into Christmas Day off. But we'll be back on our normal schedules right after the holiday. Please, folks, pack your patience. If you have any last-minute shopping to do, if you're one of those million plus that are going to be traveling, many of us want to finish 2024 and start the new year on a good note. Merry Christmas. If you're starting your holiday before we meet again. Cloudy. A little bit of a breeze. We're 38 degrees on Interstate 71 in Kentucky tonight. Please be safe out there. Have a great weekend when you get around to it. All right. Dennis said politics, crazy, messing with our lives. Yep. I don't know. It's the House Thursday overwhelmingly rejecting the Republican-led funding bill to avert a government shutdown less than 24 hours away. Now, federal agencies are due to run out of cash tonight, ceasing operations starting this weekend. The contentious legislation would have suspended the country's borrowing limit for Trump's first 2 years in office, and dozens of debt hawks in the Republican ranks rebelled against their own leadership to sink the deal. Hardline conservatives voted with most Democrats to help tank the measure. It was a defeat for the Republican leader, who, along with tech billionaire Elon Musk, his incoming efficiency czar, had thrown his weight behind the plan. It was supposed to fix that mammoth bipartisan package that both had sabotaged Wednesday amid conservatives' complaints about all the extras, the pork that was packed into that deal, ballooning the overall cost. Now, the retooled version this past day was considered under a fast-track method that required two-thirds support, but Democrats had been clear they would deny Republicans the votes they needed to make up for the rebels in their ranks and it failed to win even a straightforward majority. Yeah, the proposal is not serious. It's laughable, according to some MAGA Republicans. Yeah, driving us to a government shutdown. Yeah, the White House described it as a giveaway for billionaires. Republicans will likely try again with a more pared-down version today, although the party leadership offered no clear path forward, telling reporters they're going to have to meet to discuss what would now be Plan C. In other words, a shutdown now looks almost certain, meaning the closure of all manner of federal agencies and potentially sending almost 1 million workers home without pay over Christmas. They will ultimately get that pay. If you're a paycheck to paycheck person, that's going to impact you. You're going to have to find a way. You borrow from family, borrow from friends to get through, pay your bills until they get it resolved. But they do get all their money back once it's resolved. Now, funding the government is always fraught, and lawmakers are under pressure this time around because they failed to agree on full-year budgets for 2025, despite months of additional negotiation. I mean, fiscal year 25 started, in October? Yeah, they gave a continuing resolution to get us to the end of the year. Party leaders had landed on a stopgap bill, otherwise known as a continuing resolution, that would have kept things functioning through mid-March, but it would have locked in all the numbers. It would have pretty much put a stranglehold on Trump's ability when he swore into January 20th to do much of anything. Major Trump donor and ally Elon Musk spent much of Wednesday that was Plan A, bombarding his 208 million followers on X with posts trashing the deal, amplifying complaints from the debt hawks in the House who balked at numerous expensive add-ons that were all shoved into the package. If we get a chance, I've got a full list of the kind of stuff that they were trying to stick into that deal that was ultimately shut down on Wednesday. And that was actually kind of a blow to the House Speaker, Mike Johnson. He's facing more criticism from all sides for his handling of the negotiations. And his leadership, his gavel, looks likely to be under threat now when he stands for re-election for the House Speaker come January. When the new Congress sworn in, January 3rd, if memory serves. Meanwhile, here's the way they broke it down this past day. The economy, from Breitbart. The U.S. economy will barely notice if the government needs to shut down because funding authorization runs out at the midnight hour Saturday morning. Now, it's not the first time. There was a 5-week shutdown that began in late 2018 and stretched into January of 2019. You recall? Thought to be the costliest government shutdown in U.S. history. It lasted 35 days from December 22 of 18 to January 25 of 2019. As Democrats fought against Donald Trump's attempts to secure $5.7 billion in funding for a border wall. About 800,000 federal workers were furloughed or required to work without pay temporarily. About $18 billion in federal discretionary spending for compensation and purchases of services and goods were delayed. The Congressional Budget Office estimated that this shutdown cost the economy about $11 billion in lost output. That was $3 billion the fourth quarter of 18, $8 billion in the first quarter of 2019. Most of that lost output was recovered because the economy grew faster after the shutdown. Much as a recession is usually followed by a faster than normal expansion. The Congressional Budget Office estimated only $3 billion of gross domestic product was permanently lost. Now, that sounds like a big number, $3 billion. But you got to consider it in the context of the total economic output of the U.S. In 2019, GDP was $21.4 trillion. $3 billion in lost output means the economy was 0.014% smaller. 1/100th of 1%. It's like you lost $1 out of your pocket. Does that make sense? Yeah, we lost not even the equivalent of 1 day's economic output during the 5 weeks of shutdown. What we lost, they break it down. We lost a little less than 1 hour and 15 minutes of economic output. 1 hour and 15 minutes out of an entire year. Now, even that could be overestimating the cost of the shutdown. If a shutdown results in slower growth of government spending and more efficient use of government resources, it actually could lead to higher output. Businesses and individuals may find alternative ways to meet their needs during a shutdown, potentially fostering innovation and new efficiencies. Since the cost is so small, it's not going to take very large efficiency gains to tilt the balance into positive territory. It's very likely any government shutdown stemming from the collapse of support for the continuing legislation will be short-lived. The incoming Congress could adopt a different approach in early January. A new Congress beginning January 3rd with a Republican majority in the House and the Senate. A shutdown that lasted until then would likely have no measurable effect on the economy whatsoever. Now, what if the shutdown continued until Trump is actually sworn in January 20? In that case, the size of the blow to the economy might be similar to what we saw in the last shutdown, again, which was minuscule. Actually, the cost could be a little steeper this time around simply because the government now makes up a larger portion of GDP. Back in 2019, government spending was about 21% of GDP. This year, it's about 23.4%. Now, the decline in demand due to government paychecks not going out, even if temporary, could have the beneficial effect of slowing down inflation, which has been stubborn and expected by the Federal Reserve to rise a bit next year. Now, this would be temporary. Demand would return when the shutdown ends, and the government sends all these people their big checks for back pay. It might give the economy a breather, allowing supply to expand to make up for the anticipated resurgence. Trump's pro-growth policies would have more time to work their way to expand output. They try to make it sound like it's the end of the world. They try to scare the elderly with, you're not going to get this, you're not going to get that. The world's coming to an end. It's all politicking. All righty, 10 before the hour, 844-844-3388. That's the tip of the iceberg. So much to cover here this Friday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hotshot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hotshot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Yeah, we so often talk about some of your Hot Shot Secret products making great stocking stuffers. Yeah, right now you got an opportunity. It is the season to get a Hot Shot Secret gift basket. How do you enter? It's pretty simple. Just spend $75 and you're automatically entered to win one of 5 gift baskets valued at over $100 each basket. Each basket contains, here's what we've got, a 4-ounce Nano Precision CLP gun oil. Great for the gun enthusiast, best gun oil around. A 9-ounce Never Rust lubricant. A 16-ounce stick shit eliminator. You got a 4-ounce everyday diesel treatment. A 4-ounce LX4 Lubricity Extreme. An 8-ounce FR3 friction reducer. A 6-ounce everyday diesel treatment plus winter defense. 1 quart of diesel winter rescue. A Hot Shot Secret air freshener. 9-inch Hot Shot Secret decal, 9-inch decal. And an exclusive Hot Shot Secret ugly Christmas sweater. It's a real beaut. All right, to enter, you make a qualifying $75 or more purchase between now and December 24th. Now, it does specify 1 entry per person. So if you make a purchase today and then try to make another tomorrow, it's just 1 entry per person. Must be a legal U.S. resident, 18 or older. Winners will be randomly selected and contacted after the holiday from the official Hot Shot Secret email. Please do not send personal information to anyone falsely claiming to be us. It's pretty simple. Go to hotshotsecret.com. Place your order. And don't forget, if you're going to place it, you might as well use the discount code Overnight Drive at checkout. That gets you 10% off your order to begin with. And that is on top of 10% that most of you already qualify for if you're a first responder, veteran, or active duty military. CDL holders, you're always entitled to 10% off. You can combine that 10% with the Overnight Drive coupon code at checkout. That's 20% off your entire order. So stock up for Christmas. It is 844-844-3388. See what you got. Let's see. Is it Russ? Morning, Russ. Hi there.
Morning. You caught me off guard there. I was on and I got my phone dropped. My call dropped, so I called back again.
Well, thank you.
How you all doing?
Doing well. You all ready for Christmas? You going to be hanging around the home 20, trying to take care of the wife, or got any plans?
Yeah, we're gonna. She's still in the hospital, Steve. She's on they did a procedure and they nicked her lung, so her lung got punctured.
Wow.
And she's on a ventilator right now. So we'll probably go up there on Christmas Day. I got to work Christmas Day, but I just want to let you know you won't be hearing from me for a while. They changed my shift from 4 to midnight now, so I won't be able to be on here anymore for a while.
You'll be packing up, headed for the home right about the time we kick the show off. I got you.
Yeah, I sure will. But we'll probably gonna go up to the hospital there on Christmas Day before I go to work. And they did another procedure today, and everything went all right with that procedure. But they got to tell us what's going on tomorrow and everything. But I mean, other than that, I'm hanging in there. just making it through each day, taking a day at a time, And I appreciate some more prayers from y'all, and keeping your prayers. And also, I like that dog you got your grandson. That was a pretty dog. What kind of dog was that?
Oh, Heinz 57. It's a.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Daddy was. They said it was kind of the daddy's a boxer husky mix. Some of the siblings had the blue eyes, the husky blue eyes.
The
mama was a German Shepherd, I believe, collie mix, if memory serves.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll see you getting up to the top of the hour here. I'm gonna let you go, but you all have a good Christmas, Steve, and everybody take care, and hopefully you'll may hear from you here sometime.
All right. So, Merry Christmas if we don't talk to you before. Happy New Year. And I know you're going to be changing the schedule there. And, prayers for Russ. His wife, she's been in the hospital since before Thanksgiving. It's been Thanksgiving there. She's still there. And we'll spend Christmas. Some difficult times. Not the place you want to be. Any time of year, let alone the holidays. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. The United States is moving closer to a government shutdown after the House of Representatives failed to pass a slimmed-down spending bill that has the backing of President-elect Donald Trump and his ally Tesla CEO Elon Musk. If the U.S. Congress can't agree on a deal by Friday, government spending is set to lapse at midnight Saturday morning. Benji Hire has more from Washington.
To understand what happened here, there was a deal that was struck by lawmakers on both sides. They were close to a voting on that proposal that would have kept the government funded into next year. That shutdown due to kick in at the end of Friday. That was until Donald Trump and his vice president-elect J.D. Vance torpedoed the deal, calling it, quote, suicidal and a betrayal of the country. For a number of reasons, one of which that it didn't include the debt ceiling raise, the limit on which the US can borrow money. Trump wants to see that happen whilst Joe Biden is in office, so that any blowback lands on him, not Trump.
The UN's top official is warning artificial intelligence is evolving faster than our ability to govern it. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Antonio Guterres told the United Nations Security Council artificial intelligence is revolutionizing our world. But with that progress comes new challenges, the Secretary-General said. He warned members about the infiltration of AI into global conflicts. The AI arms race, as he calls it, could carry major security implications, while automation could cause devastating mistakes. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken told the Security Council it had always adapted to address the greatest threats to international peace and security. Now, he says, that means taking the evolving risks of artificial intelligence seriously.
Japan's central bank is leaving interest rates unchanged as it waits for uncertainties in the US to clear and for more evidence of wage growth at home. Its chief says he wants to gather more information about what the US economic policy will look like under President-elect Donald Trump. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
Following a rare decision earlier this year to slightly bump interest rates, the bank decided to keep its short-term rate on hold at around 0.25% at the end of a two-day policy meeting. It's now held that rate for 3 consecutive revisions. Bank Governor Kazuo Ueda says it needs to see more momentum in wage hikes in next year's spring wage negotiations to determine whether another upwards push is possible. Sustained wage growth is one of the key requirements for the Bank of Japan to hike interest rates, along with a 2% inflation target. Japanese firms offered historic pay bumps in the 2024 wage negotiations, but it's uncertain whether Japan's economy is healthy enough to support further wage hikes in 2025.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the UK government says it now accepts that a deal it heralded just a few weeks ago as a major triumph regarding the future of the Chagos Islands in the Indian Ocean is now on the brink of falling apart. At issue, the future of Britain's last colony in Africa, islands that the government of Prime Minister Keir Starmer agreed to hand over to Mauritian sovereignty in October. But the new Prime Minister of Mauritius doesn't like the agreement, nor do many Chagos Islanders who say the UK has betrayed them. And President-elect Donald Trump doesn't fancy it either, with his nominee for Secretary of State, Senator Marco Rubio, calling it a serious threat to US national security because Mauritius is allied with China. Daniel Toft is with Friends of the British Overseas Territories, which is calling for a referendum to determine the Chagos Islands' fate.
It's positive news the deal is being reconsidered and is in doubt. But we've still got a long way to go for the UK government to drop its negotiations. They should admit the deal is dead. They should reaffirm their support for the British Indian Ocean Territory, and they should engage in pragmatic and meaningful dialogue with Chagosian communities that they've failed to do so far.
One centrepiece of any future arrangement, the UK's insistence that it will keep control of a military base on Diego Garcia for at least the next 99 years. But even that has not mollified Washington's concern about the island's future. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. US lawmakers reject a Trump-backed plan to fund the government as the US moves closer to a government shutdown. The United Nations top official warns an artificial intelligence arms race could have major security implications. Japan's central bank is leaving interest rates unchanged as it waits for uncertainties in the United States to clear and more clarity over wage trends at home. And that is Feature Story News. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Alrighty, that is where we kick off another hour as we roll into a Friday. Final weekend before Christmas. Hello to Timothy, who says Merry Christmas, everyone. Thanks for being a listener there, Timothy. Who else on board? There's Daniel. Good morning from Wilson, Wisconsin. Got some light snow falling. I'm hoping the roads ain't bad. Yeah, there are parts of Wisconsin that are under those winter storm warnings. I'm not sure what part of the state you're in there, but yeah, either way, most of the state, winter weather advisories. Roads aren't supposed to be the best there tonight. All right, in the hour ahead, coming up under industry headlines, is it game over for the East Coast port employers? That was the initial feeling when President-elect Donald Trump publicly backed the International Longshoremen's Association in their bitter fight to keep container automation technology out of the eastern seaboard and Gulf Coast ports. Yeah, Trump's made a habit of using social media. He kind of doubled down a few days later, reposting a Facebook post by the International Longshoremen Executive Vice President Dennis Daggett, describing the meeting at Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence that included his father, the ILA president, Harold Daggett. Where do things stand? We'll delve into that. Well, first of all, we are, much less than 24 hours from the official kickoff of the college football playoffs. Coming up tonight, I believe, game number 1. Good morning, Big Ed.
Good morning, Steve. Now, my introduction is a prognosticator and prognosticators, and don't you forget it. I don't like that type of introduction, Steve.
My apologies.
I'm going to get by with it this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present the prognosticator of prognosticators as the college football playoffs get underway tonight.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, first of all, I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, but and especially prayers. Was that Russ?
Yes. Yeah.
Lord knows I spent many a Christmas Eve and Christmas Day in the hospital environment, dealing with Glenda's issues. And, I know. Just Russ, you can give it to the Lord, and it'll be a humbling experience, and prayers everything will work out all right. You just got to give it to the Lord. That's all you can do. Don't let fear enter into your mind or your spirit, and just let the Lord handle it. That's all you can do. You let fear enter in there, and it'll eat you up. So, with that said, Steve, we're ready for some football this weekend. It's going to be nice, cold weather, and some of the places the games are being played, and that's going into a lot of my factor as to who I'm picking and who can deal with the cold.
Yeah.
And so let's start with our good friend Chad and his South Dakota State Jackrabbits. They're in their conference playoffs, and they're going to be playing North Dakota State at North Dakota State. And I was looking there. I think the stadium's a dome stadium based on what I was reading, because I was kind of leaning towards North Dakota State, because I thought, well, it's going to be outside, it's home. And North Dakota State's no slouch of a team either. But I'm going to stick with our good friend Chad's team. They brought me a win every time I picked them. So I'm going with the South Dakota State Jackrabbits. And I believe they play Saturday.
Okay.
Sure, it's Saturday. Then, tomorrow night's game, we're going with the Indiana versus Notre Dame. It's up there at the University of Notre Dame. And I'm going to go with Notre Dame on that one.
Notre Dame, really?
Yes, sir. I'm going to. I don't think Indiana's got what it takes to knock off Notre Dame at their home stadium.
Okay.
I'm sure the atmosphere is going to be on fire. Then we're going to go with Texas and Clemson. grudge match between myself and Monkey Guzzler. You know, he's got Clemson, and I'm taking Texas. So, and that's being played down there in Texas, and I don't think Clemson's got what it takes to beat Texas. Then we got SMU versus Penn State. That's going to be played at College Station out in the cold and the snow, if there's any snow. And I'm going Penn State over SMU. And then we got the granddaddy of them all, Ohio State versus Tennessee.
Yep.
And I'll tell you, I've been down on Ohio State. You know, they've disappointed me. You know, I picked them to take it all. But I'm not quite ready to give up on them just yet. So I'm going to go with Ohio State versus Tennessee.
There you go. That's a big one.
And that's going to be the big one. That's played Saturday night. Indiana Notre Dame's tomorrow night, and that'll be on your ABC or ESPN stations. And then your Penn State SMU kicks off, I think, first thing Saturday. Then
noon. Yep.
Yeah, Clemson and Texas.
4 o'clock.
Kicks off after that. And then Indiana and Ohio State will be your prime game. And I'm sure that's where game day is going to be when they go to broadcasting. So that's 5 picks, Steve, and that's where I stand on my picks. And right now I'm standing at 60-26, and hopefully I'll have 5 wins. That keep that resume looking nice. And then when do I need to call back in again? Which I'm going to call Sunday night, Monday morning. Do I need to turn it Tuesday night? Correct.
We're Sunday night, Monday morning. That's when we're going to be kind of rehashing the winners and losers. If you want, at that point in time, you can go ahead and make your picks. Because, we're only here Monday morning and Tuesday morning. So we will be here Monday night, Tuesday morning if you want to pick that night. But basically what we're going to have, right, is all the winners here in these playoff games that you just picked. The winners of those games will face off the next weekend against the 4 teams that have byes right now, correct? Like Georgia?
Right.
Okay.
Right, because, the Clemson, Texas winner will take on Arizona State. Ohio State, Tennessee winner will take on Oregon.
Oregon, number 1.
I like that'll be out there at the Rose Bowl. I ain't sure where the Texas-Arizona State game's going to be. Then the winner out of Penn State and SMU will play Boise. And then Georgia will take the winner of Notre Dame and Indiana. So, when I call in Sunday night, I'll go ahead and do my charting and figure out who's going to be in the semifinals. And we won't have to worry about that until after Christmas. So, because that's January 9th through the 10th. So, that'll work.
Okay.
So, all right, Steve, with that said, I'm going to let you go.
There you go.
Enjoy the show, and Merry Christmas, everybody. Be safe, and God bless y'all. And this the prognosticator and prognosticators checking out.
Over and out. There you go. Merry Christmas, Big Ed. We'll be chatting with him Monday morning. I'll be looking to chat with anybody we can find come next Monday and Tuesday morning, because we're sharing. So many are kind of wrapping the one last run, one final night, and I'm done till the new year. Meanwhile, somebody was inquiring about our friend the Lone Ranger earlier this week, and I said, well, he checks in every now and again. Good morning, Ranger.
Yeah, I'm out in Arizona. It's only 10-something here, so it's a little bit easier calling in from out here. Good to hear Big Ed. Glad he's doing okay. I can't believe a religious man like him is gambling, though. That's kind of surprising. Steve, I don't want to talk about politics. I think things are going to be okay once these Democrats realize there's a new sheriff in town. They're not going to get away with all these shenanigans like they have been. Yep. I think things will get straightened out. So anyway, I don't know about you, but I am sick of this cologne commercial on TV. where there's these 3 horny chicks sitting on stools. This guy comes walking in who thinks he's too cool for the room. You've seen it, I'm sure. You there?
I'm not sure. I'm listening, and I'm not sure that I've seen it. So give me the rest of the
It's
scoop.
on about every 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's 3 horny chicks sitting on stools. She's either Asian or Filipino or something. She's real pretty. They have blindfolds on.
Yeah.
There's a brunette who is kind of a butterface. She's doing the best she can for what she has going on, but she's not really attractive. Then there's a blonde, and about 4 inches of her hair is dark brown. Now, you would think that somebody's going to be on national TV in a commercial might want to get their roots dyed, so at least she has all one color hair in her head on TV.
Okay.
Looks ridiculous. So anyway, this guy comes walking in, but before he comes in, he squirts his cologne on his wrist and on his neck. Now, when women put on perfume, they squirt it on their wrist and on their neck. So that threw me a little bit of a curve. Now, back in the 60s and the 70s, you probably remember this, guys used to wear cologne. We had, remember, English Leather, we had Brut, we had JD's.
Old Spice,
and that was the thing
Aqua
you did.
Velva, you aftershave, you slap your hands and on your face, right?
Today in 2024, how many men do you know that wear cologne? I honestly don't know one that wears cologne. So I don't know if they're trying to rebirth the wearing of cologne by men or what they're trying to do. But this commercial, it is so boring. Then the girls take off their blindfolds. As this too cool for the room dude walks by them, they lean over and they smell his perfume and
get a whiff.
They act like they're all they're all getting moist over this. And I'm sitting here thinking about this. I'm thinking, you really want to spice up this commercial. You want to make this commercial interesting. It's boring as hell, especially when guys don't even wear cologne anymore. When they lean over to smell his perfume, you should hear have the guy cut the cheese, let out a trouser cough, and see if they can take a whiff of that. That would make an interesting commercial. And everybody does that, but not everybody wears cologne, so people could relate to that a little bit better. The other commercial that I'm seeing, there's an underwear company that makes men's underwear. Now, they changed the commercial around a little bit. They used to advertise it as having a ball hammock. Have you seen that one? It's underwear, and it has a hammock built into it.
Right. I've seen that, yes.
For your family jewels.
The most comfortable, yes.
I don't know who has ever had a problem with their family jewels. I mean, they're just there, nothing happens to them. You don't need them in a hammock. But imagine trying to put them on, getting ready for work, and you got to get this hammock situated just right so your jewels go in there the right way. Now, people are going to wind up after 6 months of that just taking a pair of scissors and cutting the hammock out of there. But who comes up with this idea? And the third one that I saw, and this is really something. Steve, have you ever heard of male and female toilet paper? I never have.
A difference between the two? I have not.
I never heard of it myself. Now, I remember a long time ago, remember they used to have different color toilet paper, pink and green and blue and stuff. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
You used to be able to buy different color toilet paper. In fact, there's a joke about that. A guy goes in to buy a roll of toilet paper, and the girl says, "What color would you like?" He goes, "Oh, I don't need any color. I'm going to color it myself." But now they have this product. It's called Dude Wipes. Have you heard of that?
It's a new one on me.
It's called, believe me, they're in Walmart. They're everywhere. But it's like a baby wipe, like you use on your babies.
Yeah.
It's flushable. But it comes in a larger package. and it's called Dude Wipes. Now, I don't know what the difference is between a man wiping his butt and a woman wiping her butt. I don't know what a dude wipe has that only a man can utilize. So now, the other day I was at Walmart out here. I'm walking around looking for some stuff, and I come upon this display of these dude wipes. Well, it gets worse, Steve. They have regular, and then they have one that's called Cool Mint.
Ooh. Now,
who is going to appreciate the fact that your sphincter smells like Cool Mint? Who's going to appreciate that?
Good question.
Then I looked it up, and I wanted to look and see how many different scents they had. Now they just came out with a new one called Pumpkin Spice. What trailer park occupant wants their butt smelling like pumpkins? I mean, who's going to appreciate that? Who would ever notice that? So I don't know who the marketing guy is for this company, but I looked at this stuff and I'm thinking, how do they find people that will buy that and think it's going to do something for them, you know? How much attention can you put into wiping your butt? When you're done, you're done. You don't care if it smells like pumpkin spice or Cool Mint when you're done, because chances are you're going to take a shower that night and whatever your scent is on there, it's going to go away. So I don't know where these commercials are coming from, but boy, they are really getting wackier and wackier and wackier. So anyway, it's been 70 degrees during the day out here, which is nice. It cools down at night to usually high 30s, low 40s. And the wind hasn't been, usually in the winter, the wind's pretty bad out here. So they had a real dry summer, and there's no weeds, so I'm putting some, there's no grass. I'm putting rocks out in front of this place before the weeds, because when it rains, these weeds pop up everywhere, and they got long roots in them. So I put the blocker down there, the vegetation blocker, the black stuff, put that down. And today they brought 14 tons of rock in, so I'm doing the buggy lugging thing on that. But just getting things organized. I bring an enclosed trailer out here, and I always bring a car out here to sell and then buy something rust-free to take back to Pennsylvania, because, a rust-free car in Pennsylvania is huge because everything is rusted away up there. So I brought a 40 Ford sedan hot rod. Guy from San Antonio bought it, so he met me in Abilene, and we switched out in the Lowe's parking lot, and he went on his way. So I usually find something rust-free to take back, and it only took me about a week. I bought a 32 Ford 5-window Coupe Street rod with the original 1932 body, which is really hard to come by. And when I went and picked it up, I looked at the title. I always check the title, make sure there's no liens and make sure there's no brands on it, like salvage or reconstructed or something, because salvage title in a car cuts the value right in half. In some states, you can't even register a salvage title car. But the guy had built this, and it's really, really nice, all chrome underneath it. And Corvette motor with 2 4s, and it's real nice. So I get this thing, I put it in a trailer, and I looked at the title. I get home, I look at the title, and it says originally titled in Arizona and has a date. The date is September of 1932 when it was first titled in Arizona. So it's actually a real Arizona-born car. Not, there's guys that'll pull shenanigans. They'll have a car from Minnesota and they'll send the title down to their buddy who lives in Arizona and have them transfer it to Arizona and send the title back, and they advertise an Arizona title. So this one is a real deal car. It's real nice though. Got air conditioning, and it's just a real good car. So I was a little bit concerned about the sales tax, because out here sales tax is 9%, and this is a very expensive car. And I was trying to figure out how the heck I'm going to avoid all the sales tax, because that's going to put me over the top with my investment. So I called my nephew. He lives over by Phoenix, and he had bought a classic car. And I said, how do they work the sales tax? Because most of the states, people just lie about it. They never tell, what they actually paid for it. That's what most guys do. So he said, I don't remember paying a bunch of money when I registered it. So there's a real cute girl that works at the DMV here. And when I registered my regular vehicle in Arizona that I leave out here, and they let me do it even with a Pennsylvania license. I was going to get an Arizona ID, and I was told that I was warned by the people at the ADOT that if I get an Arizona ID, the number on that ID is the same number they'll use on an Arizona driver's license if I'd move out here and change my license. So they warned me about it. They said Pennsylvania could revoke your license because you can't have two. So before I left Pennsylvania, I went to the licensing place and I said, told him about that. And he said it has nothing to do with driving the car, driver's license. He said, you're not allowed to own two government issued IDs. The Arizona ID, picture ID, would be government issued, and so is your Pennsylvania license. So I said, well, what's the problem with that? He said, because that allows you to vote in two different states, and that's illegal.
Mm-hmm.
So I learned that. So I went into DMV, and I got that talking. I sat down. I got the good-looking girl, and I had been there before, and she's real nice. So I said, look, I just bought a classic car, and I want to register it in Arizona. So I have an Arizona title, Arizona registration. When I get it back to Pennsylvania, I want to put an Arizona tag on it. And the Arizona historic vehicle tags they're copper. They look like they're copper coated. An original 1932 license plate from Arizona is solid copper. I went to a hot rod show, and all these cars had these copper plates. And I didn't know they were solid copper. I thought they were kind of, no, these are real copper. So I thought it'd be kind of cool to get one of them. So I looked it up on eBay. I found a pair of them for sale for $1,250. So I said, well, I guess I'll stick to the coated one. That'll be good enough. I'd be afraid to park the damn car. Somebody
could steal the copper. Absolutely. It wouldn't last a night. Hey, we got to pause there. It's a news break, but we'll be right back on a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. The United States is moving closer to a government shutdown after the House of Representatives failed to pass a slimmed-down spending bill that has the backing of President-elect Donald Trump and his ally Tesla CEO Elon Musk. If the U.S. Congress can't agree on a deal by Friday, government spending is set to lapse at midnight Saturday morning. Benji Haya has more from Washington.
To understand what happened here, there was a deal that was struck by lawmakers on both sides. They were close to a voting on that proposal that would have kept the government funded into next year. That shutdown due to kick in at the end of Friday. That was until Donald Trump and his vice president-elect J.D. Vance torpedoed the deal, calling it, quote, suicidal and a betrayal of the country. For a number of reasons, one of which that it didn't include the debt ceiling raise, the limit on which the US can borrow money. Trump wants to see that happen whilst Joe Biden is in office so that any blowback lands on him, not Trump.
The UN's top official is warning artificial intelligence is evolving faster than our ability to govern it. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Antonio Guterres told the United Nations Security Council artificial intelligence is revolutionizing our world. But with that progress comes new challenges, the Secretary-General said. He warned members about the infiltration of AI into global conflicts. The AI arms race, as he calls it, could carry major security implications, while automation could cause devastating mistakes. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken told the Security Council it had always adapted to address the greatest threats to international peace and security. Now, he says, that means taking the evolving risks of artificial intelligence seriously.
Japan's central bank is leaving interest rates unchanged as it waits for uncertainties in the US to clear and for more evidence of wage growth at home. Its chief says he wants to gather more information about what the US economic policy will look like under President-elect Donald Trump. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
Following a rare decision earlier this year to slightly bump interest rates, the bank decided to keep its short-term rate on hold at around 0.25% at the end of a two-day policy meeting. It's now held that rate for 3 consecutive revisions. Bank Governor Kazuo Ueda says it needs to see more momentum in wage hikes in next year's spring wage negotiations to determine whether another upwards push is possible. Sustained wage growth is one of the key requirements for the Bank of Japan to hike interest rates along with a 2% inflation target. Japanese firms offered historic pay bumps in the 2024 wage negotiations, but it's uncertain whether Japan's economy is healthy enough to support further wage hikes in 2025.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
So I did a quick Google search. Dude wipes. I've never heard of them. But right on the great success of their, it was actually called Dumpkin Spice with a D. Dumpkin Spice. Hey, we're all ready for Christmas now. Deck the stalls with dude wipes and the festive Dingle Bells. There you go, Ranger Dingle Bell dude wipes.
Steve, if you're engaged in a cleanup after an evacuation and you're dealing with dingle bells, you didn't wipe very well the first time. You're not supposed to have that stuff. It's not supposed to be there. But can you imagine? It almost sounds like a joke, but Walmart sells them. I was there and I saw them.
So
anyway,
during the quick search there, there's actually a headline from Mark. I guess this all started on Shark Tank, and Mark Cuban says when it comes to dude wipes, they're killing it because the guy is making like $100 million a year.
But what is the advantage to having your behind smell like spice or mint? Who's going to appreciate that?
Well, that's more information than I probably want to know.
They might sell a lot of them in San Francisco, but other than that, I can't imagine anybody needing something like that.
Yep.
Anyway, I went to DMV and sat down with this cute girl, and I said, "Look, I got a question here. This car was pretty expensive, and how do you handle the sales tax? Because I might be in a little bit of trouble." And she said, "Did you buy it from a dealer or from a private individual? I said, no, I bought it from a private individual down in Tucson. And she said, well, then there is no sales tax. There's no sales tax on a private sale. If you bought it from a dealer, it would be 9%. I looked her right in the eyes and I said, you know what? I love you. I would have had to pay a whole bunch of money if it would have paid the 9%, and if I told the truth. And and I said, you know what? I said, I'm going to take this back to Pennsylvania. I said, but I'm going to be taking it back, with a smile on my face, because if I would have waited to get back there, which I didn't want to because I wanted the Arizona title, it would have been 6% sales tax. So, and even if I lied about it and didn't tell them the right amount, it's still, I don't care if it was $100, I would have saved a lot of money. So anyway, this girl showed up today. It was a female driver in this dump truck. I got 14 tons of stone to do the front here. And she shows up in this brand new Kenworth dump truck. And it was like your typical triaxle dump truck, but it was long. It was extended, and it had the tandems were in the back, and then it had 2 lift axles in front of the tandems, which I guess to handle the weight, because with extended body and hauling stone, I'm sure she has quite a bit of weight. And it was brand new. I climbed up on the fuel tank, and I told her where I wanted to have it dumped. So she got all lined up, and backed up. And there's railroad ties around the area where I want to dump it. I said, well, I said, I'll guide you back. And I said, I'll make sure your mud flaps don't hit the railroad ties, because, it can rip them off. She goes, not on this truck, it won't. So I said, well, I'll guide you back, and I'll get you, right against the railroad. So when you tilt it, it all goes inside the area where I want to put the rock to save a lot of buggy lugging. So she backs this thing up. And just before she gets to the railroad tie, here the mud flaps lift up electrically. She hit a button, and they lifted up about maybe 6 inches, enough where they wouldn't hit anything. And I said, look at that. So then she has a tailgate that also has an electric release. Now, I drove a dump truck a long time ago when I first started driving, but, we had the lever we had to pull, and then you had to pull the chain down over the lever, so when you hit a bump, the lever wouldn't accidentally come down and all your stone winds up on the highway and through some Mercedes windshield behind you. So I said, man, this truck is high tech. And I said, you must have some seniority to get, this brand new truck. She goes, yeah, I'm number 2 on the driver list. That's how I got it. So she was real nice, I gave her a $20 tip because, she put some effort into save me a lot of work. And I handed her this $20 bill. You would have thought I gave her a Lamborghini. She goes, oh, my God. She's only here 5 minutes, but still, just the courtesy she extended to me by backing right up to the thing and saved me a lot of trouble with the wheelbarrow. It was, and plus it's Christmas, you gotta be nice. In fact, when I left the DMV, I was so tickled to death. I went down and there was 4 girls working there, and I got to meet a lottery ticket for the mega. It was up to, I think, 740 million or something. So I walked in, I gave them their lottery tickets, and I said, well, good luck. I said, now, if I see a white limo out here in a couple of days, I'm going to know one of you guys won, and I'm going to come back here and I want my cut. So that was it. I'm probably boring you to death here, so I'm sure there's other callers saying, when the hell's he going to get done here? So anyway, I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. And I think things are looking good for America. If we can keep these low-life Democrats corralled, we'll be okay. But boy, isn't it something that scumbag Biden wanted to sell those wall sections?
Yep.
I heard they put a stop to it, but he was gonna give them to an auction company. They're gonna auction them off for pennies on the dollar. What? How anti-American is that?
Yeah.
This guy is still the president of the United States. You would think he's the president of Mexico. Unbelievable. I think he's gone for good now. I think we've seen the last of him. He's probably at the beach till January 20th now. Yeah. So hopefully things will get better. We got some good people in there. If he gets all of his cabinet passed, and he's got fighters in there, and he's got people, every person that he selected for cabinet position is qualified for that position. There was no DEI, no using gender or skin color for anything. It was qualified people who can do a good job in the position they're assigned to. And I'm looking forward to us moving forward, but we got to tie these Democrats to a post and make them realize that all the shenanigans they pulled. Look at this last budget, the crap that was in that. They thought they were going to get it passed real quick and go home for Christmas. Well, it didn't happen. And if they have to shut the government down, so be it, because nobody even noticed the last time it was shut down. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
You couldn't go to the national parks. The national parks were closed. Middle of winter, who cares? Nobody lost their Social Security checks. The military all got paid. All of the important stuff that needs to be funded got funded. And you and I know there's probably 100,000 government workers that we could do without anyway, because here the government was shut down for 30 days the last time. Nobody even noticed anything happened. Yep. So it's got to shut it down. All right. Good talking to you.
Merry Christmas.
See you later.
There you go. Merry Christmas. Good to hear from Ranger. It's been a while. Last time we spoke was right about, maybe the day before the election, I think. About 18 before the hour. So I haven't seen yet what are the busiest travel days here leading up to Christmas. Is it over the weekend, or is it Monday of next week, or Christmas Eve? Either way, things are going to get very busy out there. 119 million will be traveling between Christmas and the New Year. Out in West Valley, Utah, one local trucking company kind of sounding the alarm for safe driving after experiencing a handful of unsafe drivers recently. Tim Booth Jr., an owner-operator with Godfrey Trucking, says, what do I see? There's a lot out there. We see a lot of aggressive driving. Booth's been in the trucking business more than 30 years. Road rage. Then go on quite a bit. A lot of accidents that happen from people not paying attention. But the biggest thing we see is distracted driving. He explained that more often than not, he comes across motorists not aware of how to drive around semis. We've got an 80,000-pound killing machine we're driving down the road. Does a lot of damage real fast. Godfrey Trucking's safety director, John Mullen, said more space is needed while driving near 18-wheelers. They're not giving us enough room. Truck drivers are afraid they're going to take somebody's life because they couldn't stop on time. It takes 523 feet to come to a complete stop at 65 miles an hour, which is 10 yards shy of 2 football fields. Godfrey Trucking even showed Fox 13 News a road rage incident from early morning of December 17th, earlier this week. They're reminding people these operators make a huge impact. We've got your food. We've got your kids' clothes. We've got your baby formula. It doesn't matter what it is, we haul it. Our goal is to get it to the store so you're not traveling hundreds and hundreds of miles to get what you need. Bringing the gifts that have been added to the Christmas lists. If you want your Amazon packages to arrive on time, give our semi-trucks room so they can get your holiday gifts on time too. Drivers, they're the ones putting in the miles so you don't have to. So we should really appreciate that. So next time you're driving, remember how serious it is to be patient. Have your distractions put away. They need to slow down. They need to give us our space. We'll give them our space. Just because there's a car length in front of us or behind us doesn't mean that's a space for you to come into, because we need that to stop, or we need to make sure we can slow down in time. Asking people to be cautious behind the wheel so everyone can get home to their families. Let's all just be safe, take care of each other out there, because that's all it's about. There you go. Merry Christmas, and he's 100% correct, and we'll be right back
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science. It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Alrighty, Brain Dead mentioned earlier the whole FedEx freight scenario. I had not seen that in the industry headlines. I guess it came down to too late in the day for most of the trucking publications to have it in the mix. But Dateline, Memphis, Tennessee, from the local Fox affiliate, FedEx Corporation intends to separate FedEx Freight from the parent corporation, turning it into a new company. FedEx announcing this past day the board of directors finished an assessment on FedEx Freight and decided to pursue a full separation through the capital markets, turning FedEx Freight into a new publicly traded company. According to FedEx Corporation President and Chief Executive Officer, this is the right time to pursue a separation as we pursue or respond to the unique dynamics of the LTL market. This announcement is a testament to the strength of the business our team has built and our dedication to doing what's best for our customers, team members, and stockholders. Through this process, we will unlock value for our freight business and position FedEx to create even greater value for stockholders. Now, they went on to say the separation will allow for more customized operational execution along with more tailored investment and capital allocation strategies to serve the needs of both the global parcel and LTL markets. They said they will also maintain the strategic advantages of cooperation on key commercial, operational, and technology initiatives. Over the last 50 years, FedEx has built an unmatched global platform that has produced significant value for our stockholders, opportunities for our team members. Brad Martin is vice chair of the board and chairman of the Audit and Finance Committee, who led the board's oversight on this analysis. So I said, building upon that foundation and following a careful assessment of our portfolio, the FedEx Corporation board is confident that a separation of FedEx Freight will drive continued growth and value creation. I'm not sure. Is that a good thing or not necessarily so? Senor Heatwave is on board this Friday, or good Thursday evening to you.
No, it's right Wingnut. Sorry about that.
Oh, well, hello, Wingnut.
Yeah. Yes, how you doing? Hey, I finally got it. TGIF. This guy is funny. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, let's see here. So you got a new puppy for the grandkid, huh?
Yes, indeed.
Well, I've been looking for a pooch myself. You know where I can find me some chihuahuas?
Chihuahuas.
They're around here anywhere?
Yeah, that's...
Yeah. Yeah, you give me a little booger like that, and hell, all I got to do is worry about where I step. So instead of being a grease spot, he can actually be around and bark at me. So I just carry him in my pocket. Yeah, it'll be all right. Oh, I tell you what, that news organization y'all got going on right now, FSN. Yeah, it's a frickin' sucky network, I tell you. They can't keep their damn opinions out of anything. And it report the news, not what you think or believe or how you feel. Well, I tell you what, that really ticks me off. Making it sound like it was Trump's fault because he didn't want to have any damn pork. I love pork. But anyways, it makes it sound like he didn't want to help the people out because there's $100 billion for the storm victims and another $10 billion for the farmers. And then ain't that what it's all about? Well, they didn't look deeper into it. I mean, good night. We've already got a president that's trying to spend every damn nickel he got that we put into the coffers. He's trying to get rid of the wall, so Trump's got to buy more of it. I tell you, and it sounded like to me that it was nothing but a bunch of, I don't know, what do you call them, rhinos and Democrats getting together, bigwigs, practicing politics, bourbon, cigars. Oh, that's not too bad. That's pretty good. But anyways, they're behind closed doors making all these damn deals, like $100 million to investigate the sexual habits of a tsetse fly. What the hell is that all about? Just strip it down, get it what we need. Just enough to get us going into next month. And they're talking about Trump didn't want to have the debt ceiling raised on his watch. He wanted it done on. Well, it don't matter who's it's going to be risen on because they're going to have to rise it up anyways next year. So they just completely missed the damn mark every time. So I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene said it best yesterday when she said, "This is just a bleep sandwich, shish kebab sandwich."
Yes.
And yeah, she's right. Yeah. So, anyways, other than that, yeah, I can tell you one thing: them people over there in Salt Lake City, no, they can't drive worth a hoot in hell. They every time I drive to that neck of the woods, it is just absolutely scary. Yeah, hell yeah. You need to be drinking something, smoking something to drive around there just to act normal. Good Lord. Well, I figure I'd go ahead and call in and say, hey, yeah, I'm going to be probably taking some time off myself next week. So I might be next year before I holler at y'all. But, yeah, y'all have yourselves a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And gig 'em Aggies. They're playing USC there in some kind of bowl game there in Las Vegas. I guess it's about the 28th, but yeah, well, I'm sure they'll find a way to screw that game up too. So, all righty, we will talk to you later. And you have yourself a good night.
All righty, right-wing nut. Emphasis. Merry Christmas. The continuing resolution that failed on Wednesday, then Plan B failing yesterday, I think it was Ramaswamy that said, first of all, it's a good rule of thumb when the word bipartisan is used to describe a piece of legislation. That means Republicans have rolled over. Democrats are getting most, if not all, what they want. A true Republican, not one in name only, is always looking for ways to cut spending and decrease the size and power of federal government. This resolution did the opposite. He listed 4 of what he cited as the most idiotic things that were tacked onto the bill that was supposed to simply keep the current spending levels in place until the new Congress takes over. First, it included a hefty pay raise for members of Congress, up from the current $174,000 a year. It expanded federal health care benefits. It called for opening a new NFL stadium in Washington, D.C. It renewed the Global Engagement Center established during the final year of Barack Obama's administration. All right. There were also some what he called woke provisions in the resolution to satisfy Democrats. It replaced the word offender of federal crimes to now be justice-involved individual. It would have also broadened the definition of United States person to include any person in the United States, i.e. not just citizens or lawful resident aliens. Finally, the legislation would have replaced homeless individuals with individuals experiencing homelessness. Okay. It is 844-844-3380. What does any of that have anything to do with just keeping the government funded? Nothing is the answer.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. The United States is moving closer to a government shutdown after the House of Representatives failed to pass a slimmed-down spending bill that has the backing of President-elect Donald Trump and his ally Tesla CEO Elon Musk. If the U.S. Congress can't agree on a deal by Friday, government spending is set to lapse at midnight Saturday morning. Benji Hire has more from Washington.
To understand what happened here, there was a deal that was struck by lawmakers on both sides. They were close to a voting on that proposal that would have kept the government funded into next year. That shutdown due to kick in at the end of Friday. That was until Donald Trump and his vice president-elect J.D. Vance torpedoed the deal, calling it, quote, suicidal and a betrayal of the country. for a number of reasons, one of which that it didn't include the debt ceiling raise, the limit on which the US can borrow money. Trump wants to see that happen whilst Joe Biden is in office, so that any blowback lands on him, not Trump.
The UN's top official is warning artificial intelligence is evolving faster than our ability to govern it. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Antonio Guterres told the United Nations Security Council artificial intelligence is revolutionizing our world. But with that progress comes new challenges, the Secretary-General said. He warned members about the infiltration of AI into global conflicts. The AI arms race, as he calls it, could carry major security implications, while automation could cause devastating mistakes. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken told the Security Council it had always adapted to address the greatest threats to international peace and security. Now, he says, that means taking the evolving risks of artificial intelligence seriously.
Japan's central bank is leaving interest rates unchanged as it waits for uncertainties in the US to clear and for more evidence of wage growth at home. Its chief says he wants to gather more information about what the US economic policy will look like under President-elect Donald Trump. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
Following a rare decision earlier this year to slightly bump interest rates, the bank decided to keep its short-term rate on hold at around 0.25% at the end of a two-day policy meeting. It's now held that rate for 3 consecutive revisions. Bank Governor Kazuo Ueda says it needs to see more momentum in wage hikes in next year's spring wage negotiations to determine whether another upwards push is possible. Sustained wage growth is one of the key requirements for the Bank of Japan to hike interest rates, along with a 2% inflation target. Japanese firms offered historic pay bumps in the 2024 wage negotiations, but it's uncertain whether Japan's economy is healthy enough to support further wage hikes in 2025.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the UK government says it now accepts that a deal it heralded just a few weeks ago as a major triumph regarding the future of the Chagos Islands in the Indian Ocean is now on the brink of falling apart. At issue, the future of Britain's last colony in Africa, islands that the government of Prime Minister Keir Starmer agreed to hand over to Mauritian sovereignty in October. But the new Prime Minister of Mauritius doesn't like the agreement, nor do many Chagos Islanders who say the UK has betrayed them. And President-elect Donald Trump doesn't fancy it either, with his nominee for Secretary of State, Senator Marco Rubio, calling it a serious threat to US national security because Mauritius is allied with China. Daniel Toft is with Friends of the British Overseas Territories, which is calling for a referendum to determine the Chagos Islands' fate.
It's positive news the deal is being reconsidered and is in doubt. But we've still got a long way to go for the UK government to drop its negotiations. They should admit the deal is dead. They should reaffirm their support for the British Indian Ocean Territory, and they should engage in pragmatic and meaningful dialogue with Chagosian communities that they've failed to do so far.
One centrepiece of any future arrangement, the UK's insistence that it will keep control of a military base on Diego Garcia for at least the next 99 years. But even that has not mollified Washington's concern about the island's future. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. US lawmakers reject a Trump-backed plan to fund the government as the US moves closer to a government shutdown. The United Nations top official warns an artificial intelligence arms race could have major security implications. Japan's central bank is leaving interest rates unchanged as it waits for uncertainties in the United States to clear and more clarity over wage trends at home. And that is Feature Story News. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start.
Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All righty, another hour underway. What do we have here? Friday? Yes, it is. Let me give you the rest of the story. We shared the headline, is it game over for the East Coast port employers? How long could the United States Maritime Alliance, representing the marine terminal operators and ocean carriers, resist that kind of pressure? For example, it took only Trump's threats of tariffs to see how fast Mexico and Canada fell in line. While the new Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum, initially threatened to levy her own tariffs on U.S. goods, that now seems unlikely. Mexico cannot afford a trade war with its largest trading partner, given the weak peso. In Ontario, the province, the Canadian province, made noises about tariffs as well and suspending the sale of electricity to the U.S. That seems to also have gone by the boards, as they say at the hockey rink, when Justin Trudeau's federal government announced $900 million for border security, as well as a massive bust of fentanyl smugglers moving thousands of potentially lethal doses into the U.S. Bingo! More preconditions set by Trump. Now, Trudeau and his own party have their own problems, polling in the 20s amid lagging post-pandemic growth, stubborn labor unrest ranging from ports to the railroads, until the ILA this month broke off contract talks by revealing specifically that it was semi-automated container cranes that holding up the new contract covering tens of thousands of union workers from Maine to Texas. The Maritime Alliance was content to issue mildly worded releases that only referenced automation technology, but that's no longer the case. By any measure, ocean carriers have enjoyed a spectacular year, while global markets tread water, a chugging American economy underpinned by resilient consumer demand, particularly when it comes to shipments from China. Diversions away from the Red Sea due to the ongoing attacks on vessels by the Houthi rebels around the Horn of Africa, lengthening voyages to Europe, the Mediterranean, and the U.S., soaking up capacity, raising shipping freight rates to the point where carriers have watched their bottom lines swell by billions of dollars. While there were some diversions to other ports during the 3-day strike in October, it's not as if importers and exporters have a reasonable alternative. Air freight is expensive, cannot accommodate the volume and the variety of trans-ocean goods, including agricultural products or automobiles. According to the ILA's purview, to be sure, executives have been reluctant to step up and be the public face of the foreign-based ocean carriers during negotiations, hurting their efforts at effective messaging. The international longshoremen have shouted over and over how automation will eliminate union jobs. Employers say automation is needed to make the hubs more efficient, creating more union jobs to manage greater volumes. The carriers still have cards to play, while the Houthis this week signaled a remarkable shift regarding the Red Sea, amid the fast-changing events in that region, it's probably going to be months until carriers and their underwriters feel comfortable returning to transiting that area, and only after the rebels stand down. They'll also want to hold on to those higher rates through the contract-making season into 2025, when new vessels and new alliances will further change the supply chain dynamics. So, call the likelihood of another port strike strong, but as before, likely to be short-lived. As President Joe Biden did before him, Trump will not block a work stoppage. It was actually the acting labor secretary, Julie Su, who brokered the end of that walkout that runs through January 15. Now, according to this from FreightWave, the smart money plays both sides against the middle. Trump can allow the longshoremen to walk out for a week or less. That's when ships really begin to start stacking up, then swoon in to help hammer out a deal under which the union accepts maybe a watered-down proposal to test automation in exchange for the pledge of creating more jobs. Trump gets a win. Box handling continues. The longtime longshoreman president, Harold Daggett, gets a going-away gift as he hands over the union reins to his son. But today, with the bargaining stalled and the extension deadline approaching, there does not seem to be a Julie Su on hand, since it's going to be months until Trump's cabinet picks get confirmed. While the Taft-Hartley Act gives the president the power to order an end to a strike if it endangers U.S. safety, like George W. did to end the lockout on the West Coast dock workers, it's hard to envision Trump forcing the longshoremen back to work. That opinion piece, again, from FreightWaves this past day. But is it game over for the Maritime Alliance? Will they have to come to the table and maybe concede? Or can they meet in the middle, I guess, is the bigger question. Good morning, Gilla Claus. Happy Friday.
Ho, ho, ho. Happy Friday, Steve. Yes, this is the one and only Gilla Claus with my annual naughty and nice list. Well, we might as well start off with the one that always tops the naughty list. That horrible right wingnut. Do you think he'll ever get his life together? I wonder myself. But over on the nice list, we're going to have to put old horse feathers in there for all the good work he does as far as for the kids. Now you get over to the naughty list. That Bronco man up there in Wisconsin, man, I'll tell you what, he's up to shenanigans all the time. Now you got to watch him. All over on the nice list, we got to have the great people of Eagle Products that bring us this great, such a great service you provide, Steve. Now we gotta go over to the naughty list. Well, we got the Jolly Green Giant. Boy, you wouldn't believe the things that him and the Sex Maniac get into. I couldn't believe it myself. And for the top of the nice list, the very top, you yourself, Steve Summers. You do a great show. You do a great service to all the truck drivers out there. And the truck drivers is what bring the toys so I can give them to the little kids. Well, also, the GMA and BS Enterprises has kind of come up with the 12 Days of Christmas idea, but we've narrowed it down to 5. Well, on the 5th day of Christmas, you get 5 canned cicadas. On the 4th day of Christmas, you'll get 4 Hollywood Hamster Memorials. And on the 3rd day of Christmas, you can get 3 doctorate degrees. On the 2nd day of Christmas, you'll get your 2 cicada cookbooks. And, of course, on the 1st day of Christmas, you'll get that beloved pond umbrella. Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas, everybody!
Gila Claus, and a Merry Christmas right back to you there. Ho, ho, ho. Developments in the Wisconsin school shooting. Yeah, several things coming out this past day. First, a 20-year-old California man has been detained on suspicion of plotting to coordinate a mass shooting at a government building in conjunction with the Madison school shooter, according to the court records obtained by a local CBS affiliate. According to an emergency gun violence restraining order viewed by the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel and USA Today, FBI agents interviewed Alexander Pfaffendorf of Carlsbad in California in connection with the attack. Law enforcement officials say they're still investigating what led the 15-year-old to shoot and kill a student and teacher and injure 6 others. During the interview, Pfaffendorf admitted to FBI agents that he told the girl that he would arm himself with explosives and a gun, that he would target a government building. According to the order, the FBI agents saw the messages from Pfaffendorf to Ruppenow, the 15-year-old shooter. Madison police chief said he did not have information about the arrest in California, referring questions to the FBI, who had no comment from the FBI San Diego field office. The Carlsbad Police Department that filed the petition for the order did not respond to a request for comment. But a San Diego judge approved the emergency order Tuesday, ordering Pfaffendorf to surrender any firearms and ammunition and prohibits him from getting more. Not long after the judge signed the order, Pfaffendorf's neighbors saw more than a dozen police cars enter the apartment complex. They had their full guns out all over the street, according to one neighbor. There were cop cars, I'd say about 15 cops here. A court hearing for Pfaffendorf is scheduled January 3rd. So the question, was this an online sort of thing? Did she have an accomplice here? Separately, this past day, they divulged the 15-year-old Wisconsin Christian school shooter actually had 2 guns on her at the time of the attack. According to the New York Post, both firearms were handguns. Police still do not know how she acquired them. They still do not know what motivated the attack at the school. According to the police chief in Madison, I don't know if she planned it that day or if she planned it a week prior. To me, bringing a gun to school to hurt people is planning, so we do not know what the premeditation is. Now, again, not only 1 but 2 guns, apparently. CNN noted that only one of the 2 guns were used on December 16. The 15-year-old shooter, of course, took her own life after shooting several innocents there, but bringing 2 guns to school. Okay, so the investigation is ongoing. I'm sure they're looking into the communication this girl had. Why was she how did she, obviously social media, connected with the guy in California, but it is 844-844-3388. What do we have on board? All right, some chat going on here. Hello to Daniel. Roki's on board. Talking about trending on X. He said, he's at the beach. Biden and Harris rush back to the White House amid speculation on presidential transition. That's what's trending on X. Top of the morning, Steve, from Santa Claus. It's going to be a white Christmas for anyone coming or leaving California next week. Santa Claus out. Bidu checking it. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Merry Christmas to all, and we'll be right back.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, based on Roki's comment there, I did a quick search, and yes, this is, I guess you'd call breaking news within just the past couple of hours. What's going on? President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris abruptly canceled their holiday plans for Friday, fueling speculation about an ongoing emergency at the White House. As per various reports, yet neither has issued a public statement, leaving the nation guessing about these sudden changes. Biden, who was expected to spend Christmas in Delaware, reportedly returned to Washington, D.C., taking his motorcade directly from the airport to the White House late this past evening. Similarly, Harris canceled her planned flight to California and stayed in the Capitol. The social media is abuzz. The abrupt schedule changes have sparked widespread speculation via social media. One reporter noted discrepancies in the president's official schedule, saying the official schedule for Biden does say he was to return to the White House at 5:30 p.m., but as you can see, it has recently been updated. Another user posting Kamala Harris canceled her trip, rushing back to the White House. What's happening? The lack of clarity has left many questioning whether the cancellations are tied to Hurricane Helene briefings or other undisclosed matters. Meanwhile, while some social media users circulate images of an alleged White House press release stating that Vice President will not travel to Los Angeles, California, and will remain in Washington, D.C. Again, that was just over the past hour or two, several various news outlets kind of breaking that story. Let's see what more we can find. What's happening? Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. You can't help but speculate with all that's been going on, the unrest in the Northeast. Drones, more drones. I've got some updates. Yeah, why at this point in time, after all this time, is my question. The Federal Aviation Administration this past day reportedly has banned most drones in several areas throughout New Jersey until January 17. According to ABC News, only drones flown by operators who've been granted special permission from the government due to special security reasons will be allowed to fly in the areas. Also, the government may use, quote, deadly force against the drones if they pose an imminent security threat, according to the Notice to Airmen, NOTAM. Wednesday, President Biden kind of broke his silence regarding the sightings, saying there is, quote, no sense of danger. Now, Biden's comments, his first since all this drone talk began lighting up the sky at night in New Jersey and nearby states since before Thanksgiving. U.S. military officials have also confirmed reports of drones being spotted near and above bases in the United Kingdom and Germany. President-elect Trump suggested last week that the government needs to come clean about the sightings or shoot them down. So the FAA's latest restrictions say no uncrewed aircraft systems can operate within a nautical mile of the airspace specified by NOTAM, including from the ground up to 400 feet. Recreational drones are allowed to operate up to 400 feet under FAA rules. The FAA ban also comes after Chuck Schumer was blocked Wednesday from quickly advancing a bill that would allow law enforcement agencies to track aerial drones. Now, quickly, the Pentagon also said they were going to arm 2 military bases in New Jersey with counter-drone technology after these multiple sightings. It is known as the Drone Buster technology that cuts the unmanned aircraft's signal mentioned by name. According to the Pentagon Press Secretary General Pat Ryder, the military is providing active and passive detection capabilities along with counter-drone capabilities at Picatinny Arsenal and Naval Weapons Station Earl. After those bases confirmed sightings at both. Sightings also reported at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. Now, these comments at a press conference after the Pentagon said commanders are authorized to take action to mitigate and counter unauthorized drones. What is a drone buster? We've been talking night after night. We know that the technology exists to bring these things down. We'll delve into that more coming up.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. The United States is moving closer to a government shutdown after the House of Representatives failed to pass a slimmed-down spending bill that has the backing of President-elect Donald Trump and his ally Tesla CEO Elon Musk. If the U.S. Congress can't agree on a deal by Friday, government spending is set to lapse at midnight Saturday morning. Benji Haya has more from Washington.
To understand what happened here, there was a deal that was struck by lawmakers on both sides. They were close to a voting on that proposal that would have kept the government funded into next year. That shutdown due to kick in at the end of Friday. That was until Donald Trump and his vice president-elect J.D. Vance torpedoed the deal, calling it, quote, suicidal and a betrayal of the country. For a number of reasons, one of which that it didn't include the debt ceiling raise, the limit on which the US can borrow money. Trump wants to see that happen whilst Joe Biden is in office so that any blowback lands on him, not Trump.
The UN's top official is warning artificial intelligence is evolving faster than our ability to govern it. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Antonio Guterres told the United Nations Security Council artificial intelligence is revolutionizing our world. But with that progress comes new challenges, the Secretary-General said. He warned members about the infiltration of AI into global conflicts. The AI arms race, as he calls it, could carry major security implications, while automation could cause devastating mistakes. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken told the Security Council it had always adapted to address the greatest threats to international peace and security. Now, he says, that means taking the evolving risks of artificial intelligence seriously.
Japan's central bank is leaving interest rates unchanged as it waits for uncertainties in the US to clear and for more evidence of wage growth at home. Its chief says he wants to gather more information about what the US economic policy will look like under President-elect Donald Trump. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
Following a rare decision earlier this year to slightly bump interest rates, the bank decided to keep its short-term rate on hold at around 0.25% at the end of a two-day policy meeting. It's now held that rate for 3 consecutive revisions. Bank Governor Kazuo Ueda says it needs to see more momentum in wage hikes in next year's spring wage negotiations to determine whether another upwards push is possible. Sustained wage growth is one of the key requirements for the Bank of Japan to hike interest rates, along with a 2% inflation target. Japanese firms offered historic pay bumps in the 2024 wage negotiations, but it's uncertain whether Japan's economy is healthy enough to support further wage hikes in 2025.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shots Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Come up, one was from the Times of India, another from, this is from the Times Now. More on the, what's going on at the White House. President Biden reportedly canceled his Christmas plans to Delaware, returning to the White House the same day. Vice President Harris announced she'll not be traveling to California. The former, accompanied by First Lady Jill, seen swiftly leaving with his motorcade late Thursday night. While the White House has not made any official statement yet, social media users are coming up with all kind of theories. Of course, it's theories. Some users on X speculating there's a White House emergency that Biden and Harris need to attend to. One tweeting, Kamala Harris just abruptly canceled her planned trip to California and raced to the White House. Per reporters, Biden also just returned to D.C. after being expected to stay in Delaware till after Christmas. Is something going on, said another. Let's see. Another says Biden barely looks alive. If he's canceling his vacation and returning to the White House 4 hours past his bedtime, something's happening. Another wild theory was about Biden resigning. With both Biden and Kamala rushing back to the White House tonight, I think Biden will be resigning, says one, and making Kamala president. I hope I'm wrong. Meanwhile, some social media users sharing photos of an apparent White House press release which says Vice President will not travel to L.A. and remain in Washington, D.C. That's, again, official picture via Twitter. It says the Vice President will be in Washington, D.C., where she will receive briefings and conduct internal meetings with staff. These meetings will be closed press, according to the readout. And again, they've got a photograph of that posted this morning via X. There's one benefit of being live during the middle of the overnight hours. You can get information you otherwise may not get for many hours to come, but we'll keep an eye on things, let you know. And I'll take you quickly back to the Pentagon release. All this happening at the same time. Why suddenly, after literally weeks of there's nothing nefarious, no nefarious activity, the Pentagon now says we are equipping several bases with drone buster technology, which employs, quote, non-kinetic means to interrupt drone systems. Picatinny did not confirm specific systems, but said they will strengthen their capabilities to detect and mitigate drones. Naval Weapons Station Earl has not confirmed what will be in place there. But the drone buster, developed by the U.S. firm known as Flex Force, that first came online in 2016, it's a handheld system that allows a user to point a handheld device at a drone. The weapon then sends a signal to cut the connection between a drone and the operator controlling it. The military trains soldiers to use the drone buster in tandem with a smart shooter system that uses a rifle with a special optic to track the drone and tell the user when they have a good chance of shooting it. The drone buster can also be used by security personnel and first responders as a radio frequency system jammer. The device, Ryder said, is a methodology that we have that is able to essentially bring drones down non-kinetically should we need to do that. I think we all recognize the fact that unmanned systems are here to stay. They're part of modern warfare. And whether it's here in the homeland or overseas, we want to make sure we're doing due diligence to protect our forces and protect our equities from a national security standpoint. There are challenges to fighting drones stateside as compared to a combat zone. The intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities we can employ outside the United States are much different, he said, for very good reasons. Now, they go back to John Kirby Monday, saying that there's nothing been identified as a threat to national security or public safety. Federal agencies have said the mysterious objects are likely commercial or hobbyist drones, law enforcement drones, manned aircraft, helicopters, or stars, maybe. All right, Senor Heatwave, I do believe this time, correct?
Yeah, si, senor, it is the heat wave. How you doing this evening?
Doing all right. What do you think?
Kind of this morning.
Crazy times we're living in, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Well, don't these drones have like a, especially the bigger ones, have like a
an automatic landing protocol if their main programming?
Yes.
Don't they kind of come down?
Nice? I
Okay.
mean, even the hobby drones, like Pappy's got one of those smaller hobby drones that he kind of controls with the smartphone. If it gets out of his sight or something, he can push a button and it automatically knows to return right where it took off from via like GPS.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just saying, if they've got this gun that they can aim at it and disrupt the signal, would it automatically switch into safe mode and just
maybe come down there?
Or,
that I'm not sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, like Trump said, if we don't know what it is, let's just go back. They don't know what they are, but they're not harmful or they don't pose a threat.
Yeah.
How the hell would they know that? It just don't make no sense. It's like, wiping your butt before you poop. What good does that do? So, anyways, what Wright had said earlier about this bill makes perfect damn sense. They go into a back room and it's just them talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
The four heads of or however the hell it works out. Yeah, the four heads of the government. And why do the Democrats think they're going to be getting candy and goodies on their way out? I don't remember the Republicans giving them everything that they wanted, or the Republicans getting everything they wanted when they got voted out. I mean, somewhere there is a disconnect, a very big disconnect between politicians and the constituents. When are they going to find out that, hey, we're not here at your beck and call, you're here for us, the constituents? We've been asking that same question over and over and over all these years.
Mm-hmm.
And it's taken somebody like Trump to get in, mess up a few heads in there, and now he's getting back in again, and they are just running scared like rats off a sinking ship. We better get our lifeboats, we better get our, everything that we need to survive, and then some. No, just pare it down, like you did the spending bill. Pare it down to what we need the money for. I'm sure those people in the hills in the Carolinas and Tennessee, I'm sure right now they're thinking, yeah, we need money, but don't be throwing the pork on top of everything that we need the money for. Who the hell gives a damn what the sex life of a fruit fly is?
Right.
Shoot, if I knew I could make that kind of money on something stupid, hell, I wouldn't be driving a truck. I can guarantee you that. But I just don't have that mindset of thinking of something stupid to say, hey, I need umpteen $1 million to do this. But anyways, it's beyond my ken. Well, I'm heading down to Apple Turkey tonight, and I kind of caught you right when I got a good signal, because once I get on Highway 191, it ain't going to be very good right until about I get north of Moab. And I tell you what, there's one thing about that tourist town that is very evident. During the warmer time of the year, that place is still partying, even at this hour. And now, when it's cold, there ain't a soul to be found. You think it was wintertime or something out here, Good night.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, other than that, as far as Eagle goes, has you heard, or has anyone heard whether or not he would accept my olive branch and try to start things anew
and getting him involved in the different group calls that we do before and after the show.
Wow.
Has anyone heard anything from him on that, or is he one of those that's
not at this point?
Ain't going to do it.
I mean, we did hear from him last evening, but he didn't mention any such no response anyway. So,
well, yeah, I was talking to somebody else, and it almost sounds like it's narcissistic, but I'm on a reserved judgment on that. You know, I'm more than willing to talk to anybody, and I'm more than willing to debate anybody. But, you know, it don't have to be inferred fighting or, you know, name calling or blows, you know, getting wrung out to make your point across.
Right.
I'm just an observer. I observe things, and my observations of him and some of the things that he says and does, you know, it's a critique. I mean, he can give critiques, but he sure as hell can't take them. And I'm one that say, hey, you know what? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And that's it. So, but anyways, well, I hope he's out there, and I hope he's got a response, and I hope that we can mend fences here because, you know, like I said earlier, you know, these things don't happen very often as far as, you know, offering an olive branch. Because, you know, apparently a couple of years ago, I did that, and it was turned down flat. And so I'm offering it again, and to get him to introduce him to some of the callers, you know, before and after the show, and you know, try to get a feel for, you know, what he really thinks in the, you know, the different attitudes and ideas, you know, NASCAR, football, whatever, you know, whatever he's into. We'll just try to get along. But, you know, if it doesn't work, then I won't offer it again, and I'll just give him critiques, constructive criticism, or, you know, the negative critiques about, you know, what I think of his ideas and whatnot. So, just like he does me, and I've got no problem with it. But anyways, you have yourself a good weekend, senor. Tell the kid happy birthday from us, and hope he enjoys his poopy dog.
Ah, there you go. Well, that was a Christmas present, not a birthday present. But his birthday is coming up. Is it February, I think? I think both of the grandsons are February. I just shared some of the video footage caught from a dash cam of a horrific train-truck collision. Looks like quite an oversized load, obviously a flatbed, low clearance that got caught on the tracks. This crash occurred, I believe this was late Wednesday afternoon, about the afternoon rush. A freight train traveling through Reeves County, Texas, ultimately derailing after colliding with a tractor trailer before slamming into a building, according to authorities, leaving 2 dead and 3 others injured. Officials in Pecos City declared a major accident. Again, this was Wednesday afternoon, after the train crashed into the town's Chamber of Commerce building. Union Pacific, based in Omaha, said Thursday 2 of their employees had been killed. The Pecos police chief said other injuries were minor. We did have a tractor trailer struck by a train, which did cause a derailment a little before 5 p.m. This was, I guess, Wednesday, right? According to the Pecos city manager, confirming to reporters that Wednesday evening, some of the initial reports said the vehicle involved was just an 18-wheeler. It is not clear how the tractor trailer became stuck on the tracks. The investigation is ongoing with support from the Texas Department of Public Safety. But the video is showing the moment the train, and this train's flat out moving. It barrels into this truck. One witness on the camera said that's not good, watching the collision from his own vehicle. Other footage shared on Facebook by the Reeves County official showing the aftermath of the crash. Train cars strewn all along the tracks. Police, firefighters, ambulance, other vehicles trying to clear up the area. The public at the time was urged to avoid the area for safety reasons. They put out a safety notice Wednesday evening that 3 of the train cars carried potentially hazardous materials that had derailed. Now, the only spillage was diesel from an engine that has since been contained, they said at the time. But all right, that was one hell of a collision, yes. And I haven't been able to view that to see if there's actual audio where you can hear the train cars derailing, but you can see them piling in. It is 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I had one other update in regards to the drone activity in the Northeast. There had been some reports out there that even some that we had shared about possibly searching for some sort of lost radioactive material. Federal and state agencies following up on said they did not or were not looking for a radiation source that went missing in New Jersey earlier this month. Spokespersons for the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the Department of Energy's Nuclear Security Administration, and the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection all said via email they did not use drones to look for a small radiation source more than a week after it was lost in transit. The agencies wrote to the Exchange Monitor in the wake of widespread unexplained sightings. Spokesperson for New Jersey's Department of Environmental Protection told the Monitor in an email that the germanium-68 source has since been found. Actually found on December 10th. It went missing on December 2nd. They did say we did not use drones to locate the material. The lost source, about 6 inches long and less than an inch in diameter, was repackaged and sent by courier to its manufacturer, according to the Department of Environmental Protection. New Jersey regulates commercial nuclear material in its territory under an agreement with the Federal Nuclear Regulatory Commission. The federal agency, which published a report about the missing source last week, does not use drones to look for lost material. We are unaware of any connection between the lost source and the recent drone sightings. The Department of Energy's National Nuclear Security Administration also was not using drones to look for the shipment, according to a spokesperson there. They said the agency does operate a small fleet of crewed aircraft, fixed and rotary wing capable of detecting radiation on the ground. However, the Department of National Energy Nuclear Security Administration does not employ drones for nuclear/radiological detection missions and are currently not conducting any aerial operations in that region. So all the speculation, it's kind of odd. They announce that, and then they say the following day, we are going to begin the process of, if necessary, bring the damn things down. You can't make this stuff up. Hey, good morning, Grump. We'll get started here. We got a couple minutes for a news break, but what's going on?
Oh, not much. I just listening to you and talking about them drones. Man, before I say anything, that British guy that does the damn news, I'd like to punch him right in the throat. That guy, you talking about a Trump hater. God.
Right.
Everything that I hear on him is just, it's always something negative about Trump, doing this or doing that. It's just, I don't know. These drones, man, I tell you what, they, if they regulate them, people's going to bitch about it. The recreational people's going to bitch about it. If they don't regulate them, people's going to bitch about it. I don't know where in the hell it's going to go, but they need to do something, and they need to do it quick, because a lot of these foreign countries, and Iran is one of them, they can build 80 drones for what they can build one jet fighter. And when they're out, 3 or 4 or 5, 6 drones, or whatever, they don't really give a damn. They just send them up, and they're like a disposable unit anyway. They know that they're probably never going to come back. They just program them in the GPS, put enough fuel on them to get them to where the hell they're going, and that's the end of it. So the way I see this is we're going to have to do something. I mean, the government's going to have to get involved in this and get some kind of regulation down where they got identifiers. If there's not an identifier or something like that on one of the drones that are flying, then then somebody has the right to shoot the damn thing down, or it should show up. There should be an app or something available.
Like we were just talking, use that technology to electronically be able to get it to a safe place to bring it down. And all right, hold the thought there. We'll return after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. The United States is moving closer to a government shutdown after the House of Representatives failed to pass a slimmed-down spending bill that has the backing of President-elect Donald Trump and his ally Tesla CEO Elon Musk. If the U.S. Congress can't agree on a deal by Friday, government spending is set to lapse at midnight Saturday morning. Benji Haya has more from Washington.
To understand what happened here, there was a deal that was struck by lawmakers on both sides. They were close to a voting on that proposal that would have kept the government funded into next year. That shutdown due to kick in at the end of Friday. That was until Donald Trump and his vice president-elect J.D. Vance torpedoed the deal, calling it, quote, suicidal and a betrayal of the country. For a number of reasons, one of which that it didn't include the debt ceiling raise, the limit on which the US can borrow money. Trump wants to see that happen whilst Joe Biden is in office so that any blowback lands on him, not Trump.
The UN's top official is warning artificial intelligence is evolving faster than our ability to govern it. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Antonio Guterres told the United Nations Security Council artificial intelligence is revolutionizing our world. But with that progress comes new challenges, the Secretary-General said. He warned members about the infiltration of AI into global conflicts. The AI arms race, as he calls it, could carry major security implications, while automation could cause devastating mistakes. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken told the Security Council it had always adapted to address the greatest threats to international peace and security. Now, he says, that means taking the evolving risks of artificial intelligence seriously.
Japan's central bank is leaving interest rates unchanged as it waits for uncertainties in the US to clear and for more evidence of wage growth at home. Its chief says he wants to gather more information about what the US economic policy will look like under President-elect Donald Trump. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
Following a rare decision earlier this year to slightly bump interest rates, the bank decided to keep its short-term rate on hold at around 0.25% at the end of a two-day policy meeting. It's now held that rate for 3 consecutive revisions. Bank Governor Kazuo Ueda says it needs to see more momentum in wage hikes in next year's spring wage negotiations to determine whether another upwards push is possible. Sustained wage growth is one of the key requirements for the Bank of Japan to hike interest rates, along with a 2% inflation target. Japanese firms offered historic pay bumps in the 2024 wage negotiations, but it's uncertain whether Japan's economy is healthy enough to support further wage hikes in 2025.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the UK government says it now accepts that a deal it heralded just a few weeks ago as a major triumph regarding the future of the Chagos Islands in the Indian Ocean is now on the brink of falling apart. At issue, the future of Britain's last colony in Africa, islands that the government of Prime Minister Keir Starmer agreed to hand over to Mauritian sovereignty in October. But the new Prime Minister of Mauritius doesn't like the agreement, nor do many Chagos Islanders who say the UK has betrayed them. And President-elect Donald Trump doesn't fancy it either, with his nominee for Secretary of State, Senator Marco Rubio, calling it a serious threat to US national security because Mauritius is allied with China. Daniel Toft is with Friends of the British Overseas Territories, which is calling for a referendum to determine the Chagos Islands' fate.
It's positive news the deal is being reconsidered and is in doubt. But we've still got a long way to go for the UK government to drop its negotiations. They should admit the deal is dead. They should reaffirm their support for the British Indian Ocean Territory, and they should engage in pragmatic and meaningful dialogue with Chagosian communities that they've failed to do so far.
One centrepiece of any future arrangement, the UK's insistence that it will keep control of a military base on Diego Garcia for at least the next 99 years. But even that has not mollified Washington's concern about the island's future. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. US lawmakers reject a Trump-backed plan to fund the government as the US moves closer to a government shutdown. The United Nations top official warns an artificial intelligence arms race could have major security implications. Japan's central bank is leaving interest rates unchanged as it waits for uncertainties in the United States to clear and more clarity over wage trends at home. And that is Feature Story News. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
What do you say? Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday. All right, 20th day of December. All right, welcome back, Grump. Thanks for hanging in there.
You bet. You know, to change the subject here a little bit, I told you on one of the shows there one time after they started this mess with Biden that it wouldn't surprise me a damn bit if he didn't, a month before his term was up, that he didn't resign and swear in Kamala Harris, just so the damn Democrats can say they had a woman as president. And, I wouldn't exactly class her as anything other than an idiot, but, it just wouldn't surprise me a damn bit. And watching that guy, I used to watch my mother when she had Alzheimer's and, her movements and stuff. And I'm telling you what, there's a lot of similarities to the way he moves and the way he talks. And, anymore, he's just at a mumble. You can't understand a damn thing the guy says. And, that's the way my mom, when she got, started getting really bad, that's the way she was. She was just, you couldn't understand anything she said. And, I don't know, man. I'll tell you what, this is some trying times in this country, when you got, China moving closer into Taiwan, and you got, these Russia-India relationships that are seen to be growing stronger. And, at first I thought Russia was kind of brokering a deal, between India and China on their ceasefire, over Kashmir. And, but more and more you look at it, it's like, damn, everybody's kind of playing their cards against the United States. And we haven't had any strong leadership since Trump left. I mean, one of the best things that ever happened to this country was him to crawl up NATO's butt and tell them by God start paying their fair share to defend themselves. And, it set the ball in motion. Well, as soon as, of course, Idiot got in office, the first damn thing he did was rescind that. And we went back to paying the full price for all of them. And I'm just sick of my tax dollars going to pay for every other Tom, Dick, and damn Harry in places that I don't care if they're alive or dead. And I hate to say it like that, but that's exactly the way it is. I have no emotional attachment to anybody in them countries. I don't care if Russia was to blow Ukraine off the face of the earth or vice versa. It wouldn't affect me one damn bit in any way possible. What affects me is what's right here at our home 20, right here in this country. And you cannot have swinging doors on our borders. You can't ask the taxpayers to pony up more damn money so that you can give it away to some country that wouldn't piss on us if we were on fire. And I am just so sick of that mentality. And the people that we elect and we put in office on day damn one after they're swore in, they're running their next campaign on how they can stay in office. And it gets to be a point where their power is more important than we the people. I look at it, and I look at everybody that Trump is putting in office, that he wants to get his cabinet together right now. That's one of the most diverse cabinets that I've ever seen in my life. I mean, from business people to military to, congressmen, senators that are wanting to swear into it, that actually know what the hell they're talking about. Look at Rubio. Rubio is, he's a young guy. He's damn sharp. He'll make a hell of a Secretary of State. And I honestly think that Pam Bondi, will make a really good Attorney General. And it just goes on from there. But it's I don't know. I think we're hearing a little bit too much from Elon Musk right now, and I think they need to wait until he's confirmed and then turn him loose on a lot of stuff and let him expose a lot of things that's going on, because they want to be in there 2 years doing this job. They said until July, 2026 was it?
Mm-hmm.
I think or
2 years,
one of them.
yeah.
Yeah, they want to be in there 2 years getting. I can't see getting a hell of a lot done in 2 years. On taking this country from 259 different agencies down to 99 like they want to. Why would we have 259 agencies? I other than the fact that it's always some reason to boost numbers, to boost the power that they have over we the people. When you got bureaucrats like that are unelected, and you give them that much authority, that much power. Look at the IRS. Just them in general. I mean, they, IRS sends out nasty letters to people all the time, and it's a money-making business. People are, you underestimate your quarterly estimates and things like that, as a small business like myself. The first damn thing they want to do is slap a big fine on you if you don't pay, up exactly what it is, what you owe and things like that. I mean, to me, it's a money-making business. Our tax code's about 85,000 pages, and that includes all the subtitles and all this other stuff, about 85,000 pages. How in the hell am I supposed to read all that, or know all of that? I know my business portion of it, but they're always pulling a rabbit out of the hat and saying, you can do this. I was looking over the charitable giving and how to become a charitable organization and stuff, just reading over, not that I have any plans on it, but I'm always looking at people that are charities, like churches and things like that, and and nonprofits. And man, I'll tell you what, it just amazes me how much money that they can hide and keep and things like that that's legal. And then you got that dumbass up there in New York that got on Trump about underestimating the value or overestimating the value of his property and things like that. Like they know what the fair value of a property is. I mean, I could call Steve Summers up and say, hey, Steve, I'm going to get a loan on my house. Can you tell him it's worth this, this amount? Yeah, sure. If he was a realtor, that's exactly what I'd do, or underestimate it. It just depends. But, for tax values and things like that. But, it was a clear shot when you got people like that in office that are going after people that they don't agree with politically. And that's all the hell it was, and that's all it's ever going to be until we get somebody like a Pam Bondi in there that starts getting into their minds and their paperwork and every damn thing else and saying, all right, what motivated you to do this? What was your MO on trying to prosecute this case when you've got 1,000 others just like it that you never said a damn word about? And, it's always going to be political, but it's just it goes. I can tell him right now, there's people that'll, their opinion is all that matters. And, when you offer any kind of just friendly critique or anything else or how you see things, it's I always put things, like if I post something on Facebook or something like that, I always just put just my opinion.
Just my opinion.
Or I'll say it's a fact. This is just not my opinion, it's a fact. But there's people that can't handle any kind of damn criticism whatsoever. I mean, I could hang up this phone, Steve, and I guarantee you that I'll get 10 people send me messages over Facebook Messenger and things like that, saying, hey, I liked your call or I couldn't stand your call, something like that. It's always there's no happy medium in between. It's always, it pisses somebody off, and they gotta hide their name or who they are, and they'll send me some goofy something, saying, hey, you're an idiot or something like that. Well, get on your show, put me on with them, and hell, we'll have an honest debate about things. I don't respond to somebody that's just, that can throw it out there, but, is too cowardly to understand that once you bring up your opinion or you start talking about something on your show or on Facebook or anything else, and you post it out there publicly, you're going to have to take your knocks or you're going to have to take your praises. That's just the way it is. And because, you started that damn fight. If you can't take it, then shut up and stay the hell off the air is all I can say. But that's, like I said, we got people that do it. They'll delete you. They'll they don't care.
Right,
I mean,
right.
It just, they just throw their fit, and say, hey, well, my opinion's all that matters. Well, mine's not. I like having open debates with people. I like discussing things, and if somebody's got an honest critique of what I say, then hey, I'm good with that. That's just the way it is. I opened myself up when I called you and I started giving my opinion on the air. That opens me up for scrutiny. That either you're going to agree with me or you're not. I don't. That's their choice. But when they hide their names or they just completely, send you some little something, then automatically delete it so that you can't have any kind of response to it, now, that's pretty damn cowardly, in my book. But it happens all the time, but I don't know. But when did so Biden and them hauled ass back to the White House, huh?
That's kind of that's the word this morning. Even MSN has kind of picked it up. They don't have any more details. The speculation is rampant.
Yeah, well, I kind of figured it would be, but like I said, he's been drunk. Just shuffling around like he's 100 years old and stuff. But listen, the people put that idiot in office. It was, and if it hadn't been for the Emergency Powers Act, Trump would be finishing his second term. There has to be something done on the voting system in here that takes away governors' powers over something like that, where they can just send out ballots to, empty addresses and not give a damn who fills them out as long as they send them back and it says Democrat on it. And you got Dick Durbin and them idiots right now that are talking about doing away with the Electoral College. That would be the dumbest damn mistake they ever made in their life. You talking about a revolution. When the flyover states start looking at it and saying, look, my voice doesn't matter anymore. The only people you give a damn about is New York City, Chicago, and L.A., and that'll be enough votes to carry you through the election. That's all you care about. That's where the money's going to go. But people are not that smart. Average people just look at it and go, wow, maybe they should go with the popular vote. They don't understand that
Mm-hmm.
the framers were brilliant in how they structured our election system. It gave every state and every person a voice. Yes, we have delegates that decides, but those delegates go by the majority. And when you start looking at what Dick Durbin and the rest of them fools, how about throwing Dick Durbin's ass out of office? He's another one that's in there tapping that 40% pay raise. What, they can't live off $179,000 a year? They want higher COLA, higher housing allowance, and everything else in Washington, D.C. They can't live off of that? Well, maybe if they hadn't drove the government employees' wages through the freaking roof in that area and caused so much inflation to where the rent went from $800 a damn month up to $3,000 a month for some little studio apartment, simply because people knows that they can pay. And I don't know about you, Steve, but did you get a cost of living allowance or a housing allowance? This
no.
This is something that the government, the only people that should get that is military people, number one, and people that are in support of our military, civilians that are overseas. The rest of the country right here, their housing allowance and stuff like that, the government housing allowances that are paid out to civilian employees also, that needs to go by the wayside. That just gives them money to pay their rent for. And to me, that's akin to welfare, and it should never happen. But I don't know, man. I'll tell you, I read those articles and stuff, read 2 or 3 different sections there where they were trying to do away with Electoral College, and they were trying to get this bill passed, and a lot of them are pissed off because they think they need this pay raise. AOC's another one. She wants to make $240,000 a year. Here's a kid that came into office that was, said she was $130,000 in student loans and debt and all this other stuff. Now she's got $4 million in the damn bank, and paid her boyfriend over $1 million to be her campaign manager. Isn't that something, how they can do that? They can take donations, campaign funds, and suddenly they're rich, they're wealthy. And so many of them that when they do not run for office, if they don't give that money, they can keep a certain percentage of it if they're not running, for re-election or whatever, but if they don't transfer it back into the DNC or the RNC. So they got the right to keep some of that damn money. And I think that's just, beyond right there, that they should not do that. But that's just me. Whenever you start turning the political game and your campaign promises to we the people into a cash-only basis, pay me and then I'll do this for you. I think they need to throw their asses out. And, for that instance, I do agree with the finger pointing and stuff that Elon Musk, he's talking about. And I don't know, man. I'll tell you, we've came so far in this country and in our political system, and now we look at it and it seems like the more you dig into it, the more we are so irrelevant in the eyes of our elected officials. It seems to anymore like they use Social Security as a threat. Listen to that Hakeem Jeffries, when he was sitting there talking about if they shut the government down, you won't get your Social Security checks. How many people's actually going to believe that? Probably every old person is hopping up and down calling their congressman and things like that and actually believes that. And you're going to get your Social Security checks. That's a fact. That's set up to go through. This moron right here, and they're going to get their pay. Congress gets their pay. But me, I don't know, man. I'll tell you, it's now they're jacking the Social Security age up to, 68 is it? I think it's what it's going to be. Starting next year, it's built in where it goes up to 68. I just always find it ironic how, they can do 2 terms and they start their retirement. Dick Durbin gets a full damn retirement right now. He's been in there long enough to get his retirement. So did Joe Biden. All the rest of these people that's been in there for X number of years, they're getting a full retirement that they can draw on top of their regular pay. So this pay raise, if they was to get it at it'd be $240,000 a year that your average congressional member would get, plus their pay raise, which would be, I think, or their retirement. I think he's getting about $152,000 on his retirement in that area. Man, that's a chunk of change. How'd you like to do that, Steve? I'd love it.
I think I could live pretty comfortable on those kind of numbers, Grump. We could only wish. Let's see. I'm looking at some of the tweets. These are various news organizations, and this all kind of taking place leading up to the midnight hour and here early this Friday morning. Nick Sorter, who says Kamala Harris just abruptly canceled her planned trip to California, raced to the White House per reporters. Biden also just returned to D.C. after being expected to stay in Delaware till after Christmas. He questions, is something going on? A post, these are like via Twitter, X, whatever you refer to them as, Right Angle News Network. Breaking, press release has announced Vice President Kamala Harris will not be traveling to California following viral videos showing her motorcade rushing back to the White House. The press has also been called off. What's going on? Other media outlets, pretty much everybody's sharing the same thing. Kevin Dalton, after abruptly canceling her trip back to California, Kamala and her motorcade race back to the White House. Joe was supposed to be in Delaware. What's going on, he says. Jim Paff says, do not expect any transparency here. Something should have been announced by now. So if we haven't, it's all just kind of breaking. Morning, Dan. What's happening out there?
You got a lot you're reporting on happening. I remember Pappy saying something about Biden's going to resign and Harris is going to come in. And I didn't think it was going to happen, but I'm starting to think that may be what's happening. I think that he could, like when President Trump was in, or if a president has surgery, they swear in, don't they, the vice president?
If they have to be put under anesthesia or something like that, yes, correct.
Or it doesn't have to be it's not limited to that, correct? I mean, if he had a medical condition, which he's got
correct,
many
correct, yes.
Could he swear her in as, for presidential duties? Or does he have to resign for her to become the president?
No, I mean, in my lifetime, the only experience I recall is when Ronald Reagan had been shot and he had to be put under, when he had to have the surgery, when he was in the hospital, like for whatever period of time, who was the vice president at the time that took his place there?
Oh, that was George H.W.
H.W., okay.
Yeah, right. But there was one more recently. I thought that one time Pence was sworn in when President Trump was in the hospital with COVID.
That might have been, maybe, yeah. I can't recall.
Yeah.
I remember when he was in the hospital.
Yeah, that may be it, or he may be resigning and naming her the president, as you say, so they can say they've got the first female. I mean, I don't know why, but that'll end her political career, that's for sure. Well,
yes. Aside from that, I just I'm waiting to see from some of the other.
No, the other thought that I had was there's something with the government shutdown, that they're coming to Washington, Harris, or they're going to be at the White House. Something maybe to do with the drones or national security, and we can't shut the government down.
Okay.
Is the only, is that we cannot do this. And then just as they got 52 stooges and paid liars to come out and say the laptop wasn't true, they'll have, a certain amount of security people come out and say that this is so serious with these drones that the last thing we can afford to do is the government shutdown. Because, that's the other thing. Or they'll come up with, we have gotten some information on either Trump or not Vance, but let's say on Tulsi Gabbard, that you know what I'm saying? They'll create a crisis, and of course it's staged. And is it believable? No. The drones.
Yeah, but hold the thought there, because we got to take care of our news break, Dan.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. The United States is moving closer to a government shutdown after the House of Representatives failed to pass a slimmed-down spending bill that has the backing of President-elect Donald Trump and his ally Tesla CEO Elon Musk. If the U.S. Congress can't agree on a deal by Friday, government spending is set to lapse at midnight Saturday morning. Benji Hire has more from Washington.
To understand what happened here, there was a deal that was struck by lawmakers on both sides. They were close to a voting on that proposal that would have kept the government funded into next year. That shutdown due to kick in at the end of Friday. That was until Donald Trump and his vice president-elect J.D. Vance torpedoed the deal, calling it, quote, suicidal and a betrayal of the country. for a number of reasons, one of which that it didn't include the debt ceiling raise, the limit on which the US can borrow money. Trump wants to see that happen whilst Joe Biden is in office, so that any blowback lands on him, not Trump.
The UN's top official is warning artificial intelligence is evolving faster than our ability to govern it. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Antonio Guterres told the United Nations Security Council artificial intelligence is revolutionizing our world. But with that progress comes new challenges, the Secretary-General said. He warned members about the infiltration of AI into global conflicts. The AI arms race, as he calls it, could carry major security implications, while automation could cause devastating mistakes. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken told the Security Council it had always adapted to address the greatest threats to international peace and security. Now, he says, that means taking the evolving risks of artificial intelligence seriously.
Japan's central bank is leaving interest rates unchanged as it waits for uncertainties in the US to clear and for more evidence of wage growth at home. Its chief says he wants to gather more information about what the US economic policy will look like under President-elect Donald Trump. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
Following a rare decision earlier this year to slightly bump interest rates, the bank decided to keep its short-term rate on hold at around 0.25% at the end of a two-day policy meeting. It's now held that rate for 3 consecutive revisions. Bank Governor Kazuo Ueda says it needs to see more momentum in wage hikes in next year's spring wage negotiations to determine whether another upwards push is possible. Sustained wage growth is one of the key requirements for the Bank of Japan to hike interest rates, along with a 2% inflation target. Japanese firms offered historic pay bumps in the 2024 wage negotiations, but it's uncertain whether Japan's economy is healthy enough to support further wage hikes in 2025.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shots Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, got to get back to Dan here. First, I wanted to throw in, I have no idea if there's any correlation. Well, Wall Street Journal. Yes, the left of the left-leaning Wall Street Journal this past day ran a rather lengthy expose. Yeah, kind of confirming what most of us have been saying for the past 4 years. I mean, prior to his election 4 years ago, many of us were saying, Joe Biden's just not all there, right? His mental acuity. And it's gone down, down, down since. Yeah, the Wall Street Journal kind of comes out now, yesterday, confirming. Yeah, Fox News picked up on the report. It says, members of Biden's staff noticed his fading stamina and increased confusion within the first few months of his term. 4 years ago, the new report from the Wall Street Journal. Based on interviews with nearly 50 people, including current and former White House staffers who interacted directly with the president, as well as lawmakers. One former aide recalled a national security official explaining why a meeting in the spring of 2021 was canceled altogether, stating, "He has good days and bad days, and today was a bad day, so we're going to address this tomorrow." Democrat lawmakers in Congress reported Biden was less available than past presidents. He had few meetings with members of Congress, and those meetings were often brief, they said. Representative Adam Smith of Washington, Democrat, tells the Journal, the Biden White House was more insulated than most. I spoke with Barack Obama on a number of occasions when he was president, and I wasn't even chairman of the committee. I really had no personal contact with this president. I had more personal contact with Obama, which is sort of strange because I was a lot more junior, says Jim Hines of Connecticut. Even members of Biden's own cabinet soon stopped requesting calls with the president, perceiving from interactions with staff that calls were unwelcomed. A source familiar with the Journal's reporting said the outlet had on-record interviews with a number of cabinet members kind of rejecting claims of his mental acuity. Those cabinet members included Transportation Secretary Buttigieg, EPA Administrator Mike Regan. According to the source, the Journal did not include their comments in yesterday's report. But we know Biden held fewer than half as many full cabinet meetings as his most recent predecessors. Trump held 25 such meetings. Obama held 19 in his first term. Biden has held just 8. Of course, the White House pushing back on the report, saying the substance in this report is false. Looking at Joe's accomplishments is indisputable proof of his qualifications and his leadership. All right. Yeah, they go on down the line. Anything else? Yeah. Fox Digital reached out to cabinet officials in their departments asking if they believe Biden was fit to serve this week, if they stood by past statements of confidence in his ability to continue. Of course, Alejandro Mayorkas back in September said he has full confidence in his ability to carry out his job. I don't know if there's any correlation, but yeah, that was, like I said, the Wall Street Journal piece. I had glanced over that, and I was going to print it up, and I said, well, hell, that's way too much to try to go through. Yeah, because folks would get probably bored. But we've been saying it for years. All right, Dan, welcome back.
Yeah, well, that what you just read's like somebody saying, talking about the drunk driver who killed 5 people, and then everybody at the bar with him saying, yeah, we knew he was too drunk to drive.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, who the hell has time to listen to that crap? You don't understand what I'm saying.
Right.
I mean, really what you read there, excerpts of it, was nothing new that you and you've discussed
Bingo.
with your listeners over the last 4 years. I mean, what's that supposed to do? You know? But I don't know what this is about. I mean, him coming back like this. I mean, I've heard, that before. I didn't believe it. But I'm closer to believing than now that he may step aside. Or they're threatening him with the 25th Amendment. Put her into office.
Mm-hmm.
Because these people are all about optics. And honestly, she's just as incompetent as Biden is. I mean, she's no more able to run the country than, you know what I'm saying, than he was. I mean, she handles everything with a cackling laugh. And then she starts giving some half-ass explanation that nobody listens. So, I mean, maybe they're threatening him, and that's why he came back. I mean, to address the drones now, like there's a serious matter with the drones, are you kidding me? America was begging for an answer for, 10, 20 days? And you gave them none? Now that you look like that the government's going to shut down, you're coming back into D.C. That's what I think it's about. I mean, who would have any faith in anything they would tell us about the drones now anyway?
Right.
I've given up getting a plausible explanation for the government until Trump becomes president. That's the way it is. That's how I feel. I mean, as far as that bill that as far as the continuing resolution, are you aware that they were wanting to put people who work for state agencies and school teachers that they didn't pay Social Security on it? They are some of these governmental agencies can opt out of Social Security. Well, now they want to put these people on Social Security. Well, who's going to make those payments for these people who are not receiving, who never paid into Social Security, and now that they're going to start receiving it? This is what I heard. I've heard on the news, but I hope I heard it right. I'm not putting out misinformation to the listeners and you.
Right.
But anyway, yeah, I mean, where would you get the money to? I mean, I know people. Again, I have a brother who's a retired police officer, and the city of St. Louis did not pay Social Security on their police officers. They had some Mickey Mouse alternate system that's not worth the paper it's written on. And it's supposed to have been an enhanced pension. They didn't pay into Social Security. So he worked there 36 years. He didn't have any Social Security payments for them. So I'm not really, you know what I'm saying? That's the way you go. You took the job knowing that. So now they're going to go on to the Social Security
Correct.
role.
Yep.
Well, anyway, Steve, if I don't get the call, I'll be listening next week, but I'll be one of your callers. But just in case I don't, Merry Christmas to you and your nice family.
Very good.
Steve, I really like the involvement you have with your family. I don't know, jealous isn't the word, but I wish that I had that involvement with your family. Like you and your wife. What am I saying? I'm just complimenting you. I need to compliment her too. She's probably the one who said, all right, we got to do this. This is my list, Steve. Let's go. So, but anyway, I really admire that about you guys, and you're fortunate to have each other like you have them. So, anyway.
Thank you so much, Dan. I'm sure she got a list of what do we got going on today. I think groceries is number one. Got to get the Christmas stuff, all the snacks, the snack food. All right, let's see. We'll get to Grasshopper. See if he's hanging in there. Morning, Grasshopper.
Hey, how did you know that was me? I forgot to leave a message.
Well, That would be from your previous call.
Oh, copy that. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm almost back to Fort Wayne from Toledo, headed to Lafayette. So far, I've had some snow, but temperature's staying good. Salt trucks are out. No issue.
Good deal.
The sentencing for the Delphi killer would be today sometime. I don't remember what time. And I got a bit of trucking news for you. FedEx Freight is they're not going to sell us off, I guess. They're going to spin us off. That was in the news today.
Yeah, I mean, I was
so
kind
we're
of...
going to be a standalone company.
I saw that, and it said something about like a publicly traded company. So I don't know what kind of change is that going to mean for you.
Going forward, I really don't know. I mean, the guys around here say it should get better since we won't be under the so-called FedEx umbrella.
Yeah.
Because the freight is very profitable. And, ground and express are just not what they used to be. So yeah, we'll supposedly have our own stock instead of the FXX stock. So.
Yeah.
I'm hoping the insurance will get better, and maybe the raises will get better. It says like an 18-month process. I don't know why it takes so long, but yeah. Going forward, we'll just have to see what goes on. I guess we're going to have our own sales teams now, which we used to have years ago. So maybe they get out and start, drumming up some more business for us.
Okay.
From what I understand, the LTL is going to be really, really slow after the first year. I know you talked about the truckload was going to be good. I think that was yesterday you talked about that, but they anticipate us being pretty slow. So how you been?
Well, doing well. Rolling into the weekend here. I just getting you all set for Christmas. You're going to get some time off there.
Oh, I got mom off all week next week.
Are you? Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm going to go down Tennessee Saturday after I take my nap and go see my mom for a couple of days, and then come back before Christmas. She's getting old. Don't know how long she's going to be around, so. Got to do the family thing.
There you go. Well, yep. Well, I hope you have safe travels and a Merry Christmas.
Oh, you're right back at you, Steve. Take care, buddy.
Hey, thanks for the update, though. A FedEx Freight thing. Yeah, we touched on that a bit earlier. And at the time, I said, I'm not sure. Is that a good thing, bad thing? I think Braindead posted something. He thinks it may lead to the demise of FedEx Freight, if I understood that correctly. I'll have to ask him about that. I'm trying to recall, when was this? It was kind of like, memory serves. Yeah, you had the COVID pandemic. We had all these crazy things going on. Remember the giant murder hornets? Yeah, we had all these bug things going on. It's like, what are they going to come up with next? Well, federal and state officials have declared the eradication of the so-called murder hornets from the United States, 5 years after the invasive species was first detected. The eradication of the northern giant hornet, formerly known as the Asian giant hornet, was announced at a press conference this week by the state of Washington and the Department of Agriculture, which said there have not been a sighting of the insect in 3 years. I got to tell you, as an entomologist, I've been doing this for 25 years now, and it's a rare day when the humans actually get to win one against the insects. According to the Washington State Department of Agriculture Pest Program Manager, according to officials, the hornets first gained widespread attention all the way back in 2013, when it was reported that 42 people were killed and another 1,600 were severely injured by the insect in China that year. That prompted agriculture officials here to create a framework to respond to the northern giant hornet in 2016. Then in 2019, Washington State added the hornet to its invasive species handbook, warning residents to be on the lookout. That August, the hornets were detected in Canada's British Columbia. Then on December 8, a resident in Whatcom County, Washington, reported the first detected murder hornet in the United States. A beekeeper had also collected a few specimens but didn't report them till the summer of 2020. They said, we know we already had a problem. The plan was implemented almost immediately in the spring of 2020. Traps were set to try and catch emerging murder hornet queens. The basic framework, which was pretty simple: set out traps. If you find them, switch to live traps. When you get a live hornet, follow it back to the nest, take out the entire nest. It's a real easy statement, but it's basically the plan, and this is what we implemented. The first nest was detected in the cavity of a tree in Washington State, October of 2020. 3 additional nests were eradicated the next year. Now, I said the last trap they erected to catch the insect was removed December 5th of 2021, the 3-year mark of which has passed earlier this month, which I guess that officially enables them to declare the murder hornet eradication. 3 years, no detection, assuming they're gone. But I'm thinking at some point in time, they'll be back.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, let's head down I-75, ringing the cowbell, tipping the hat. Hillbilly Tex, good morning.
Morning, Steve, and all my brother and sister truck drivers out yonder. Has Big Ed called in his predictions for this weekend? I didn't wake up till 1 o'clock.
Well, yeah, it was right up. You probably woke up right about the time. He picked Notre Dame over Indiana tonight. He's picked Penn State.
Well, what did he pick on tomorrow night on Tennessee and Ohio State?
He picked Ohio State.
Well, I'm a homeboy here. I live 15 miles from this stadium, but I think we ain't gonna win it. I tell you, Steve, it's now one thing, Steve, Grump, man, I agree with you 100%. I want to give a big shout out to Grump this morning. I wish he'd call me. But, yeah, other than that, everything's going pretty good. They give him a little snow tonight, I think, over here, but it may be just a flurry or two.
Right,
but,
nothing big, yeah.
I just tell you the truth, after listening to Grump and agreeing with everything he says, I kind of lost my train of thought of what I called you first. But yeah, I wish old Grump would call me one of these days. You got my number, and but yeah, I love to talk to the feller. And but how's Big Ed doing? I know he's having a little trouble. What I hear.
He's doing all right. I think. Yeah, he was. What was he talking about? I guess his the diabetes thing. Having to maybe do the insulin thing, yeah.
Okay, well, I'd love to him call me too. I know he's got my number, but yeah, girl, I agree with you 100%. And about these drones, oh no, I know what I was gonna call about. Steve, did they ever find all them 100 vials of them viruses out of Australia?
I don't know. I haven't got an update on whether they've actually located those or not. They're thinking they might have been destroyed. They're not sure. Hey, we pause.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands-off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. The United States is moving closer to a government shutdown after the House of Representatives failed to pass a slimmed-down spending bill that has the backing of President-elect Donald Trump and his ally Tesla CEO Elon Musk. If the U.S. Congress can't agree on a deal by Friday, government spending is set to lapse at midnight Saturday morning. Benji Haya has more from Washington.
To understand what happened here, there was a deal that was struck by lawmakers on both sides. They were close to a voting on that proposal that would have kept the government funded into next year. That shutdown due to kick in at the end of Friday. That was until Donald Trump and his vice president-elect J.D. Vance torpedoed the deal, calling it, quote, suicidal and a betrayal of the country. For a number of reasons, one of which that it didn't include the debt ceiling raise, the limit on which the US can borrow money. Trump wants to see that happen whilst Joe Biden is in office, so that any blowback lands on him, not Trump.
The UN's top official is warning artificial intelligence is evolving faster than our ability to govern it. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Antonio Guterres told the United Nations Security Council artificial intelligence is revolutionizing our world. But with that progress comes new challenges, the Secretary-General said. He warned members about the infiltration of AI into global conflicts. The AI arms race, as he calls it, could carry major security implications, while automation could cause devastating mistakes. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken told the Security Council it had always adapted to address the greatest threats to international peace and security. Now, he says, that means taking the evolving risks of artificial intelligence seriously.
Japan's central bank is leaving interest rates unchanged as it waits for uncertainties in the US to clear and for more evidence of wage growth at home. Its chief says he wants to gather more information about what the US economic policy will look like under President-elect Donald Trump. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
Following a rare decision earlier this year to slightly bump interest rates, the bank decided to keep its short-term rate on hold at around 0.25% at the end of a two-day policy meeting. It's now held that rate for 3 consecutive revisions. Bank Governor Kazuo Ueda says it needs to see more momentum in wage hikes in next year's spring wage negotiations to determine whether another upwards push is possible. Sustained wage growth is one of the key requirements for the Bank of Japan to hike interest rates, along with a 2% inflation target. Japanese firms offered historic pay bumps in the 2024 wage negotiations, but it's uncertain whether Japan's economy is healthy enough to support further wage hikes in 2025.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the UK government says it now accepts that a deal it heralded just a few weeks ago as a major triumph regarding the future of the Chagos Islands in the Indian Ocean is now on the brink of falling apart. At issue, the future of Britain's last colony in Africa, islands that the government of Prime Minister Keir Starmer agreed to hand over to Mauritian sovereignty in October. But the new Prime Minister of Mauritius doesn't like the agreement, nor do many Chagos Islanders who say the UK has betrayed them. And President-elect Donald Trump doesn't fancy it either, with his nominee for Secretary of State, Senator Marco Rubio, calling it a serious threat to US national security because Mauritius is allied with China. Daniel Toft is with Friends of the British Overseas Territories, which is calling for a referendum to determine the Chagos Islands' fate.
It's positive news the deal is being reconsidered and is in doubt. But we've still got a long way to go for the UK government to drop its negotiations. They should admit the deal is dead. They should reaffirm their support for the British Indian Ocean Territory, and they should engage in pragmatic and meaningful dialogue with Chagosian communities that they've failed to do so far.
One centrepiece of any future arrangement, the UK's insistence that it will keep control of a military base on Diego Garcia for at least the next 99 years. But even that has not mollified Washington's concern about the island's future. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. US lawmakers reject a Trump-backed plan to fund the government as the US moves closer to a government shutdown. The United Nations top official warns an artificial intelligence arms race could have major security implications. Japan's central bank is leaving interest rates unchanged as it waits for uncertainties in the United States to clear and more clarity over wage trends at home. And that is Feature Story News. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, what do you say? Final hour. What do we have here? 20th day of December. Hello to Steve in Columbus, who writes, "Good morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. The best day of the week is here. As we look forward to a nice, relaxing weekend ahead. Meanwhile, the coffee's fresh, car's ready to go. Time to head into town, see what the day brings us." Yeah, with the crazy news out of D.C. this morning, Shorty, he has a theory. As this administration is known for crazy Fridays, he said, "Steve, Biden likes to do things on Fridays before he goes to Delaware." Recall the most recent Friday episode was to pardon Hunter. Today is Friday. Harris, just think about this. Harris probably to be sworn in, then pardon Biden. After which Trump is number 48, all the 47 stuff gets scrapped. Just his line of thinking. The Dems looking to stick it to us one more time. Anything is possible. Just waiting to see when more details are forthcoming. But that kind of leads to, an industry headline. Speaking of one last stick it to you. As Landline magazine revealed last week, President Biden may be on his way out of office, but his administration has used his final weeks in office to give one last kick in the pants to working-class Americans. Landline reported that the Department of Homeland Security has made an additional 70,000 H-2B visas available for next year, doubling the number of the previous when 1,500 were given to transportation occupations like trucking. 130,000 visas might not sound like a lot in a country as populous as the U.S. 1,500 given to truckers, even less so. But when you consider market conditions and just how bad the trucking industry has gotten, you start to see how much of a middle finger to the truck driver this really is. How bad have things got for trucking? The online trucking industry magazine FreightWaves has an entire section on their website dedicated to nothing but trucking company bankruptcies and truck driver layoffs. A quick scan through the most recent dozen out of 82 articles for this year alone show over 4,000 truckers in the U.S. were laid off in October and November. Thousands more are at risk of being laid off as the companies they work for seek bankruptcy protection. The number does not include many self-employed truckers whose business closures are much more difficult to track. Given this fact, what on earth would cause Alejandro Mayorkas and Homeland Security to push for even more visas for foreign truckers? He gave us a window into his thinking recently in a November press release, stating there are employers across the country that would suffer greatly without H-2B workers. Authorizing these supplemental visas helps U.S. employers fill those positions. It helps fuel our economy and reduce irregular migration while providing a safe, lawful pathway to the U.S. for non-citizens who are prepared to work. It's always about the employers for Mayorkas. Maybe he still believes in the debunked driver shortage narrative that some of the corporate lobbying groups like the ATA have pushed for decades to extract taxpayer subsidies for their in-house CDL schools. But there's not a trucker shortage. There's a retention crisis, the result of plummeting wages that can be traced back to deregulation of the business. Brought to us by another Democrat, Jimmy Carter, and his Motor Carrier Act of 1980. Thanks to Jimmy, the average truck driver's salary today is half of what it was in 1980. The Biden administration's latest slap in the face is exactly the kind of policy that has kept truck drivers' salaries in the toilet. Like so much else under the Democrats, when greeted with bad working conditions, their answer is, let's bring in more immigrants who won't complain. The trucking industry in America has come to rely on migrant labor rather than improving pay and conditions for American workers. That's the context in which to understand Mayorkas' visa gambit. It is designed to make it easier for American companies to bypass their fellow citizens for jobs, following a pattern that sees exploiting migrants as a more profitable alternative to offering jobs with decent pay and conditions. It should come as no surprise drivers from other countries are often poorly trained. Many do not communicate in English, which you would think to be a requirement for a safety-sensitive job like trucking, and it is. Meanwhile, corrupt DMVs have been found to be giving out CDLs without even testing the drivers, with predictable negative results on highway safety. For America's truckers, the end of the Biden administration cannot come soon enough. Opinion piece, again, from Freight Waves. And Brain Dead is on board. Morning, Brain Dead.
Hey, Steve. You know, I got my own theory about why Biden and Harris went back to D.C. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
Biden's Depends was full, and it was Kamala's turn to change.
You know, that's funny because Seth just sent me an email. He said he's got a theory. He said they found the dirty bomb, and it was in Biden's pants.
Oh, Steve, right one. But you know, I heard Big Ed's pick for the Ohio State over Tennessee. So, Dingbat, if you're listening, I told you make the check not out to Big Ed, make it out to cash. It's a lot easier for him. Okay, you know that whole bribery's not a good word. I'm trying to think of it. I'm having can't really think of the word, but FedEx. So. You know, I've got friends that work at Freight. I got friends of mine that work at Express, and they're worried. Dingbat will tell you right now, she helps, not helps, but she transports some of those pilots. They've been there at Express for 30 years, 40 years, 25 years, and they're leaving. They're seeing something that nobody else is paying attention to. I mean, spinning off the freight, making its own entity, that's good and all, but a lot of them are seeing it as financial trouble. But
they're not. He's not this new sheriff they got in town. Whatever his name is, I can't pronounce his last name. Is really screwing things up because see, in the FedEx bylaws, it says that any executive at the age of 65 must retire. And if I'm not mistaken, Fred Smith is 72, and he just retired here a few years ago, and the board kept making exceptions for him to stay on. So this guy here is trying to tear down in the 50 years that Fred Smith helped build up. Because Fred Smith is trying to compete with UPS, but on a smaller scale. I mean, UPS makes what, $500 billion a year versus FedEx $60 billion. But FedEx's niche in the market is the international overnight shipments, whereas UPS is mainly ground. Mainly your domestic ground transport, freight. I mean, not freight, but you get where I'm going with this. So the thing you've got to watch for now is will they sell it? Because if they're spinning it off, there's something wrong upstairs. I mean, no company takes a profitable entity and spins it off into something else. I mean, you go back and look at Preston. Preston and Saia was pretty much the same company. Yellow bought Preston out. What happened? Yellow got rid of Saia, and look at who's around today. It definitely ain't Yellow. So that's why I'm kind of saying this could be the writing on the wall. And if the board of directors was smart enough, they get that idiot out of office there. Mm-hmm. Because they're Dingbat sent me a message here a minute or two ago, something about striking. They're something about a strike. I can't remember exactly what she said or what. I can't really look at it too. But now Grump. Now let me hit on something Grump was talking about. Grump was talking about the rental properties and whatnot. Now me and Dingbat are looking to move out of where we're at, and in West Memphis. To get anything, to get a good quality house to rent, it's insanity. I mean, we looked at a place that was 3-bed, 2-bath, about 1,500 square feet. They wanted $1,800 a month for it. But their quality, or well, you can say quality, but they keep their properties up. If you want a reasonable property, either A, you're going to be in the hood where our new nickname becomes Target, and I don't mean the store, or you're with a slumlord like what we got right now. I mean, if you could honestly knew the conditions of the place that we're living at, you'd be like, why is there not a renter's bill of rights? And that's what we're going to push for with our state government to get it done, to get something done to protect people like me. But if you go on any of the real estate websites, Zillow, Realtor.com, whatever, and look at a property and look at the sales history, if you notice around COVID time, the property values jumped because you have a lot of these big money investors. You've seen the ads. We buy houses. What they do, they buy them cheap, put some paint on the walls, a little carpet down, and then they sell them for twice the value, or they rent them out for twice the value. Because a lot of people in our area, I don't know about anywhere else, but in our area, a lot of people were having a hard time buying a home. They could have a home that was market value, say $200,000, but with these big rental companies coming in and scooping up real estate, they were outbidding the people who wanted to buy the house. Like myself and Dingbat wanted to buy the house because those big money investor companies can afford to pay, $250,000, $300,000 to clean up and rent it out because people will pay for it, and it's really crazy, the housing market. I mean, we saw a place over in, I don't know if you're familiar, but one of the burbs down in Mississippi, just a 1-bedroom, 1-bath studio efficiency was like $1,200.
Wow.
800 square feet, $1,200. Yeah. And this is the town where this is the little burb that where the laws are made up every 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But we're looking at a little bit better. Look at a little bit better end of town. But we know our budget though, and we know what we're looking for. So I mean, yeah. I mean, it's just going to take a time before the market comes down in value, Steve. But one thing real quick. You were talking about NASCAR last night when you not hung up on, but when we got disconnected. Yes, racing is fun, but it's also a business. And I see where 2311 is trying to change NASCAR. NASCAR's dying. It's been dying for many years.
Mm-hmm.
When the charters first came out 10 years ago, they said that this was going to help give the teams and the owners a security, a guarantee kind of thing. And it's not that way. If you don't have a good enough not stats, but a good enough team, NASCAR can pull your charter. And I see where Michael Jordan and all of them are going with their lawsuit is that they have no equity. They could come in right now and take the charter away from Gibbs. So what equity are you building in the sport if at any given moment in time your charter could be yanked? They want something that establishes roots that can be grown upon, and be like NBA and the NFL. And you can't grow a dying sport without change. NASCAR's been around for 75 years, and it's the old school thinking and old school mentality. But the one thing that I do agree with, though, Steve, and to help cut the cost, because we go way back when, you'd spend, I don't know, thousands and thousands of dollars just testing and wind tunnel time and building the cars. Having the cookie cutter cars has helped cut down on the costs of all of that too. So, needless to say, we'll see what happens in the next year, Steve. But have a good morning.
Have a good weekend. And I don't know, is it go Buckeyes or go Vols? I know who he's pulling for. He's all about the big orange. All right, I'm looking at kind of an updated report. What's going on in D.C., why Biden, Harris rushing back to the White House, according to the reports this past evening or early this morning. Some speculating that maybe it is over the potential government shutdown. I mean, the midnight hour tonight is the deadline. This report says Republicans embroiled in an internal battle over the budget deal brokered between House Speaker Johnson and the Democrats that was aimed at averting a shutdown. Critics have slammed the bill for being rushed through Congress, arguing members were not given enough time to review the proposal, which, well, that is 100% true. They unveiled the text of a 1,547-page bill Tuesday evening, and they wanted them to vote yay on Wednesday. That's par for the course in D.C. Lay an Encyclopedia Britannica in your lap with you don't know what the hell's buried in it and say, all right, are you in or out, up or down? Kind of akin to when Nancy Pelosi all those years ago said, well, we have to pass it to find out what's in it. That was Obamacare, recall? Meanwhile, the deal further complicated when Elon Musk and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and Vivek Ramaswamy all said it's a no-go, introducing an alternative funding bill. That, this past day, swiftly rejected by the House. So we're now in a partisan standoff. Now, Democrats, particularly those close to Harris, they say, expressed frustration that the so-called bipartisan agreement, which was a potential compromise was derailed. This is added to the tension on Capitol Hill as lawmakers raced to find a resolution before the shutdown deadline, again at the midnight hour Friday night. While Harris has not publicly commented on the situation, insiders close to her suggest she is carefully weighing her political future. Following the aftermath of a challenging election, she's reportedly told allies she intends to remain an influential figure in American politics. Some speculate she may consider a campaign for governor in California. Others believe she'll take on a more prominent role, opposing the incoming Trump administration. One former aide said she's not someone who makes rash decisions. She takes sometimes a painfully long time to make decisions. So I would pretty much guarantee she has no idea what her next move is. But with the deadline for a government shutdown fast approaching, all eyes will be on Harris. Now, why would that be? She's vice president. Yeah, this story's all eyes will be on Harris and her next steps as the political drama continues to unfold in Washington. What does Friday, December 20th, hold in store for us? Yeah, this would be something I'd be more inclined to say for Friday the 13th, last Friday. But, all right, a couple minutes before news break, we'll get started with the two-time world champion Bull Holler.
Hey, Steve, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Happy Friday.
Yes, sir. I wanted to wish everybody Merry Christmas. I just got my last load of the year loaded. Headed to Tennessee, and then we're headed home to the Hot Blonde Wife and the Lease Compound. Come back out after first of the year.
So you'll be off till the new year then.
Yeah, I do that every year now. Here, the last 12 years or so, I just take off and basically the last 11, 12 days of the year, and then a couple days into the new year, get fresh there. So, about a month ago, I called in and said there was a big announcement on the horizon, and one of the things I'm going to touch on tonight, the company I work for, Parks Livestock, we just bought out Wickman Pig Company, and that we bought all their assets out in the U.S. here, and that makes us the largest livestock distributor in North America. So that's kind of exciting news there. I don't know if it's going to double our transportation end of it or not, because they got a lot of guys that haul for them that probably stay on and haul for us now. But Steve, I wanted to comment on what Brain Dead was talking about on the housing market. Then I want to get to the driver thing. After the scamdemic, I have a friend that we grew up with, went to high school, and he and his wife worked hard over the years, and they live in Colorado. They have their own home that they own, and then they had two houses that they had renters in. And before the scamdemic even started, those renters kind of worked from home as it was. They were remote. One guy worked for an international company. But what happened was they had built up a little bit of money with these houses, but they were still, making some payments on them, and they had one almost paid off. But when they got into COVID and they dropped this deal out there, the people didn't have to pay their rent anymore.
Right. All right, so we got to pause there. I apologize. Hold that thought.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. The United States is moving closer to a government shutdown after the House of Representatives failed to pass a slimmed-down spending bill that has the backing of President-elect Donald Trump and his ally Tesla CEO Elon Musk. If the U.S. Congress can't agree on a deal by Friday, government spending is set to lapse at midnight Saturday morning. Benji Hire has more from Washington.
To understand what happened here, there was a deal that was struck by lawmakers on both sides. They were close to a voting on that proposal that would have kept the government funded into next year. That shutdown due to kick in at the end of Friday. That was until Donald Trump and his vice president-elect J.D. Vance torpedoed the deal, calling it, quote, suicidal and a betrayal of the country. For a number of reasons, one of which that it didn't include the debt ceiling raise, the limit on which the US can borrow money. Trump wants to see that happen whilst Joe Biden is in office, so that any blowback lands on him, not Trump.
The UN's top official is warning artificial intelligence is evolving faster than our ability to govern it. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Antonio Guterres told the United Nations Security Council artificial intelligence is revolutionizing our world. But with that progress comes new challenges, the Secretary-General said. He warned members about the infiltration of AI into global conflicts. The AI arms race, as he calls it, could carry major security implications, while automation could cause devastating mistakes. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken told the Security Council it had always adapted to address the greatest threats to international peace and security. Now, he says, that means taking the evolving risks of artificial intelligence seriously.
Japan's central bank is leaving interest rates unchanged as it waits for uncertainties in the US to clear and for more evidence of wage growth at home. Its chief says he wants to gather more information about what the US economic policy will look like under President-elect Donald Trump. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
Following a rare decision earlier this year to slightly bump interest rates, the bank decided to keep its short-term rate on hold at around 0.25% at the end of a two-day policy meeting. It's now held that rate for 3 consecutive revisions. Bank Governor Kazuo Ueda says it needs to see more momentum in wage hikes in next year's spring wage negotiations to determine whether another upwards push is possible. Sustained wage growth is one of the key requirements for the Bank of Japan to hike interest rates, along with a 2% inflation target. Japanese firms offered historic pay bumps in the 2024 wage negotiations, but it's uncertain whether Japan's economy is healthy enough to support further wage hikes in 2025.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we left off there with our two-time world champion bull hauler. Sorry about that. Welcome back.
Okay. Yeah, you're fine, Steve. I don't know where I was at on that, but what I was saying in regard to what Braindead was talking about is I've got a friend I grew up with, and he and his wife out in Colorado. They live in their own home, but they had 2 houses that they were renting out to people, and they were using that rent to pay some of the mortgage payment, and then they were making enough on top of that to put some money away, to build up a fund. And when they came out during COVID and made this rule that you didn't have to pay rent there for a while, those 2 guys that were living in those houses, they already worked from home anyway. They did even before COVID started. They just quit paying their rent. And my friend and his wife, they ended up getting behind on those payments. They went through their cash reserves for those houses, and they got behind. And then what happened was BlackRock came in and to people like that and relieved them of all that stuff. So BlackRock, the investment company, they took over a lot of these houses like Randy was talking about, and they turned them around, and they're not going to sell them anymore. They're going to either rent them out or they're going to become Airbnbs. And that's one of the areas where it's gotten so hard in the market to get a house that's reasonably priced, and they used COVID to do that. They got a lot of people in distress by and these guys, like I said, it's not like they weren't working. They were still working full time, and they always have been. They just took advantage of not having to pay the rent on those houses.
Just taking advantage of the system, as they say, right? Just okay. Well, and a lot of people did that. I mean, there's still people being charged with false loan applications for the Paycheck Protection Program and all that. All right, Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, headed to the hacienda, as you'd call it. Getting ready for Christmas. Enjoy your time with the hot blonde wife and some time off the road. And a happy new year. Eagle, good morning. Happy Friday.
Yeah, I got in a little bit late. I was watching the football game, Thursday night game. It wasn't too good of a game. Well, it was a decent game. I don't like neither one of the teams, but yeah, it didn't finish until late tonight, 11 or 12 o'clock or something. Yeah, but I fell asleep. But I didn't know what was going on, Steve. I heard the news when you first brought it up, and I've been checking out the X and looking at this Alex Jones, this conspiracy guy. Steve, I've been looking at TikTok over the last couple of weeks. I didn't want to say nothing to you about it because I wanted to get further proof before I say something. But like I said, there's 1 or 2 things that's going on tonight with Biden and Harris. Over the last couple of weeks, people have been saying that Donald Trump, these Democrats that refuse to accept that he won the election, these Democrats, there's a lot of Democrats that's on the internet that are saying that Donald Trump did something illegal to win this election with the help of Elon Musk, and that the Democrats have been looking for evidence to validate what they're saying. And a lot of people had said, they had mentioned this day of December the 20th as a date when they was going to announce something that Donald Trump had done. So we'll see what happens tomorrow or tonight if they announce what the hell this emergency meeting is all about. But it's 1 or 2. It's either going to be that or Biden is deciding to step down because the loser that he is. He should have stepped down a long time ago, but unfortunately, he gives the position to somebody that's worse than him, as you know, if that's what's supposed to happen. And the bad part about this whole deal is, Steve, I believe that this is all a plan, that once Kamala's in the White House, that she might not leave, because they've been clearly over the last couple of weeks in months trying to get a war started. And from what I'm understanding, I don't know if it's true or not, but they saying that Russia has released some missiles into Ukraine. And people need to check that out. If we're under a war, if we're involved in a war, the president doesn't have to leave the White House. He can declare martial law, and he doesn't have to leave until the war is over, which means that we would be stuck with Kamala Harris. It ain't a damn thing Donald Trump can do about it, from what I'm understanding. So we'll see what happens, Steve, tomorrow. With this news, there's something real suspicious going on. But like I say, it's just the typical way that they've been doing the White House. This happened over 2 or 3 hours ago, and we still don't know nothing. The American people deserve to know something. What's going on? If they got the president and vice president canceling their Christmas vacations and immediately rushing back to the White House, they owe it to the American people to let us know what the hell is going on and stop playing games, because this it's bad enough they didn't let us know what's going on with these drones and the border, and the list goes on. And this new they turned down the budget. Like I told you last night, who cares? Shut the whole government down. It doesn't even matter, because like I said, these guys are spending unnecessary money, Steve, on things that we don't need, and then they had the nerve to try to get their own self a raise at the expense of the American taxpayers, and half the time they don't even show up for work.
Right.
So like you said, Steve, and other people have said, a lot of people are saying that Donald Trump is the problem, that he's throwing a monkey wrench in the things, that he's too demanding and too abrasive, that he wants everything. Well, he's doing it for America's benefit. Yeah, he's being a jerk and about the whole situation, but that's what it takes to get this America back in track and get it back on, to be number one. You see, like I told you last night, sometimes you have to be a jerk to get your point across, and if it means Donald Trump felt like that bill was not good, and it wasn't good, if you look at it and you're a reasonable individual, you would realize that the budget was no good and they need to redo it. So like I say, so now in turn, the Democrats turned it down just in spite, Steve. They didn't, just like they said, I listened to some of the stuff on the radio today. They didn't have to turn that bill down, the Democrats. They did it just because they was mad at Donald Trump for turning down theirs. So we got a tit for tat deal going on. We'll see if they decide to hang around and try to make something happen before they leave on vacation. 23rd hour deal before they leave town. But like I say, Donald Trump, he don't need to give in. He needs to stand his ground and make sure that everything is on the up and up, and don't let these Democrats screw him and screw the American people. We've been getting screwed for 4 years, Steve. It's time for it to stop. The American people, the high dollar gas prices, food prices, everything is sky high right now, and the American people deserve better than that. And if it means shutting the government down, then the hell with it. Go ahead and shut it down until we get what we want. That's the game that we have to play now. The game's over with. So we'll see what Biden and Harris come up with. You can better believe it's going to be something bad, whatever they got going on, to try to detour and stop Donald Trump from making America great again.
Yeah,
I thank you for taking
we have
my
no
call.
idea what it's going to be at this point. And one thing, I mean, having been an overnight radio host as many years as I've been doing this, anytime there's some sort of a big breaking thing in D.C., they never come out at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning Eastern. They know the world's in bed. Whatever they got to break to the people, they wait till at least like 7 a.m. Eastern time when all the major networks have got their morning news programs up and running. Good Morning America Today. They wait until that time of the day to break anything big. And all these sources that we've been sharing this morning is actually from overseas media outlets. I mean, MSN, but it's the MSN affiliates like in India, the Times of India, Yeah, their latest update, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris abruptly canceling their holiday plans on Friday. Now, this is Friday morning. All this taking place between like 11 p.m. and 2 a.m., fueling speculation about an ongoing emergency at the White House, as per various reports. Neither has issued a public statement, leaving the nation guessing about the sudden changes. Biden was expected to spend Christmas in Delaware, apparently returned to D.C., taking his motorcade directly from the airport to the White House late Thursday evening. Similarly, Harris canceled her planned flight to California, staying in the capital. Harris had planned to be in L.A. until Monday. Her office providing no reason for the last-minute cancellation, having many to wonder is it the political turmoil over the government's funding? The deadline for a government shutdown looming at the midnight hour? Harris' absence from the West Coast, fueling further uncertainty about the Biden administration's strategy in handling the budget impasse. But the social media is abuzz this morning. Yeah, one noting discrepancies in the president's official schedule, saying the official schedule for Biden does say he was to return to the White House at 5:30, but as you can see, it has not recently been updated. Now, his return to the White House was much later than that. Someone kind of jokingly pointed out, if Joe Biden's returning to the White House 4 hours after his night time, you had something going on. Another says, Kamala canceling a trip, rushing back to the White House. What's happening? The lack of clarity, leaving many questioning. What is this in relation to? Further down the line, anything new? Let me see. We already talked about the budget crisis speculation. We went through that. Does it have anything with trying to do a last-minute deal? That's got to be handled by Congress, though. I don't know how much. Joe can't really do anything. With the government shutdown looming at the midnight hour tonight, all we know is before his return, Joe had a conversation with Pope Francis to discuss efforts to promote peace during the holiday season. According to the White House readout, the president thanked the Pope for his advocacy on global issues and accepted an invitation to visit the Vatican next month. Where has Kamala been? Well, Harris' last public event was Tuesday, where she addressed high school and college students in Largo, Maryland. During her speech, she urged supporters to remain committed to their values despite the challenges ahead. Yes, there is disappointment. There is also resolve for the future. We must stay in the fight, she said at the time, referencing the aftermath of her loss to Donald Trump. I would fully suspect something probably going to be announced. Like I said, it'll be a few hours from now once the sun's about to come up on the East Coast and people are starting to wake up out west. Whatever it is, if anything that significantly is going on, but you got to admit it is highly unusual to have the vice president and the president both making last-minute changes unannounced. And as reports are, and there's video from various reporters that cover the White House showing the motorcades rushing in. Joe Biden going straight from the airport to the White House. We shall find out in relatively short order, I suppose. All right, our two-time world champion bull hauler. We lost your connection there. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Steve. I'll just be short here. I just wanted to say it's been a great year on the show, and I really appreciate what you do and everybody that calls in and listens. And I feel like I got kind of a kinship with everybody, and we're all out here taking care of this nation on the road. And I just want to wish everybody a really super Merry Christmas, great safe holidays with your family, and we in our house we celebrate the birth of our Lord is what we do it for. But just everybody have a great holiday season. It's going to be a great next year, 2025 out here. Appreciate everything you do, Steve.
Right back at you. Thank you so much. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. All right. Hello. Good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Real quick, I was talking about picking Ohio State over Tennessee.
Yes.
I don't follow football very closely anymore, but Big Ten used to always be the 3 yards in the cloud of dust, and the SEC was always a run and gun type of game. You know, they always Big Ten would fight and take up all kinds of time to get a touchdown, and then here would come the SEC and come right back in about 3 minutes and score again. So I don't know if that's still. I don't follow it that closely anymore, but the Big Ten is no longer the Big Ten. I don't know how many people they have in there anymore, but they're from coast to coast and border to border, I believe. So just real quick, I think make a comment on that. And then FedEx Freight, way back when I used to haul a lot of that stuff, they were the hazmat carrier for FedEx and stuff that couldn't go on planes. That's pretty much why they got that FedEx Freight started. And used to, they always filled their trailers to capacity because they had like a double deck thing. So they made use of every square inch and every square foot in their trailers. So that was a long 10 years ago. So what's going on now? I wouldn't know. But what I really called about was this budget process. Whenever they shut down the government, back whenever Bill Clinton was in office, that's whenever they wound up going to this zero-based budgeting thing. Instead of doing it the way they used to do it the old way, they'd have all the different agencies, they would submit their proposal, then they'd go to Congress and the subcommittees and all this other stuff, and it would work all the way through. And now, with this zero-based budgeting, it's kind of like, well, this is what we spent last year, so we're going to add so much to it. So the budgeting process is flawed from the very beginning, and I believe the fiscal year starts in October.
Correct.
And here we are 3 months later talking about a government shutdown. And in an election year, you know, if it is shut down, there are so many reserve funds, they can make it for a month. So in that month, we're going to get a new Congress and a new president. And I know James Carville, he was upset that Kamala spent all that money because he said that leaves us nothing to fight against Trump. I don't think he really meant against Trump, but against Trump's policies and everything.
Correct.
So I know he was kind of upset about that. So they have problems there within the Democrat majority there because they're not together by any stretch of the imagination. But the way that back when they shut the government down, you know, back when Clinton was in office, that's when he started using interns, and that's what got him in trouble with Monica Lewinsky because she was an intern at the time, and they weren't even supposed to be in the White House. But when they shut that down, then he started using interns. And the other thing is, Rubenstein, I'm trying to think the guy that was Secretary of Treasury. Anyway, they wound up lowering interest rates down to nothing. And a lot of people that had money in savings, they were getting like 1% and 2% interest when they went to renew their CDs. And I can remember one fellow that he lived in the same apartment complex I did, and he had worked pretty hard. He was accumulated a lot of money, a lot of rental houses. He sold them all, put them in, and then he put his money into CDs. And he was absolutely shocked that his CDs went from like 9-10% down to like 1 or 2%. And he was literally standing outside his apartment door to talk to me when I got home. He said, "What am I going to do?" And I said, "Well, I really don't know." And then we come on here with Obama, that quantitative easing. They were supposed to put that money to work out in the community. Instead, they just started buying stocks. Therefore, they didn't generate the income that they needed to generate, you know, get the different businesses and everything operating. So, and they just went on and on and on, and the whole process is greatly flawed. And do you remember Ahmed Karzai from Afghanistan, the guy that we put in charge in Afghanistan, and he absconded with several $1 billion.
Right. With the collapse,
Well,
he loaded all the money up on his plane and took off.
Right. Well, there's a channel on TV now, one of the new ones, and I got to watching it today on Story, and they were talking about the drug wars. Well, come to find out, Ahmed Karzai, he was one of the chief drug dealers in Afghanistan, and they're talking about how the CIA was constantly going around the world, getting involved with these less than reputable people, and starting all these silly wars. So if we're going to keep fighting silly wars that get us nothing but a lot of people killed and a lot of money spent, right now Ukraine's the big thing. Ukraine was so corrupt, that's why they couldn't join the European Union, because they said, we're not going to accept Ukraine in it until they get all of their corruption corrected. So now then, here we are right down to, I guess, final hours or whatever, and I don't know how much money they have, but I know they all have different income, different pots of cash, different places. The agency. Well,
they said Janet Yellen will have to use extraordinary measures is the term. Extraordinary measures. You start juggling. You borrow from Peter to pay Paul. You juggle the books, and you'll get through real quick. Like Philip in Florida. What's happening? Happy Friday.
Hey, bud, I know you're almost at the end of this thing, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on here. I just wanted to say, if any of you guys are out there, or anybody listening to my voice has seen a rail accident or anything at a rail crossing, at all the crossing gates, there are numbers to call. Get those numbers off of those gates and call them. We don't need people to be killed for no reason like we had the other day with this deal in Texas. So we'll talk more about it next week, Steve. I know you got to go, so y'all have a good one. Thanks for having me.
All right, have a great day. I know this is this is not the day with the Mickey Mouse. It's the day at the, oh boy, he's probably really looking forward to that, the Wally World. Yeah, the last Friday before Christmas. and if he works there on Saturdays, this is expected to be the biggest shopping days before Christmas. So, safe travels out there. Be careful. Yeah, as far as that rail crossing, the incident, it was an oversized load, big sort of, I don't know if it was cement piping is what it looked like to me, some sort of big piping. Obviously, a lowboy trailer that it was riding on, it got high-centered on the tracks. Yeah, I thought along the same lines. How long was that train there? Did they have ample time to call that number? I mean, there's an emergency line, and you can get a hold of the railroad operators, and they can shut that train down. But obviously, that call was not made because that train was moving at a high rate of speed, and both. Yeah, the conductor, the engineer lost their lives in that one. Have a wonderful weekend. Yes, we will be here live Sunday night, Monday morning, kicking off Christmas week. Hope you'll join us then for our next edition, Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.